Loud, I'll speak a bit slower and not as loud. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you hear me well in the English channel? Okay. Thank you so much. I'll close the door as soon as the meeting starts. No worries. Thank you so much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to start.
When she Graziella. Graziella. Dear members, dear delegates, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Dear members, we ask you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to begin. Yes, President, we are ready?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. I think I'll go to the... Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you in person, and it is a great privilege that we have the chance to meet in person in this assembly. It is an even greater pleasure for me to welcome today the Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, and the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. We are here today and being welcomed by Rwanda, this land of 1,000 hills, as it is being called, this beautiful land. And I would like us to start this assembly by paying tribute to our hosts, the country which has an extremely rich history, albeit a painful one. And this country managed to build back better, to build back stronger, and to build the most gender-sensitive parliament in the world. Rwanda today is a true example of how a country, a society, can rebuild and become stronger and become an example. I would also like us to pay tribute to all the women parliamentarians and those who take leadership in not so easy circumstances and not so straightforward environments. Those who deserve tribute today are women standing up for their civil rights, for their political rights, for the right to say what they want, to wear what they want, to think what they want. Those who deserve tribute today are the women fighting for the right to education for girls and women alike. And also those who deserve tribute today are the women who have been making tough choices during pandemics, natural disasters, and wars. I can tell you, for one, coming from one such country, from Ukraine, a country which is countering an aggressive war from our neighbor, that the women in parliament have very difficult discussions. It's a number of times that with my colleagues we have raised the question whether we should hand in our mandate to take care of the family, to take care of the children, of the elderly, or to continue serving our people and serving our communities and providing leadership at the most difficult time. And yes, women, we have an extra burden when we are paving the way into politics and into decision making. And I think all of us women, we deserve a tribute to be paid to us for the extra responsibility and the extra mile that we take in politics, but also for all of those who are fighting for their rights alongside us. So this is what I like our assembly to start off with. And having said that, I wish us a very fruitful discussion. We have a lot on our agenda. We will be discussing gender parity and gender equality in parliaments, but let's bear in mind that before we can go to that stage of gender equality, we need to solve the issues that stand in the way, that really cause a danger and a threat to our very physical existence. Thank you for this. As chair, I see that we have a comment from Bahrain. My vice president, please.
Thank you. I would just like to vote for Honorable Madame Esperance Nira Safari to preside on the 34th Forum of Women, please.
Thank you. And I also see our honorable colleague from Uganda, Ms. Anyakun, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Right Honorable President, I want to second the nomination of the election for the President for Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Honorable Esperanza Nyirasafiri.
Thank you. Thank you for this nomination. If we have no further comments or suggestions, may I propose that we approve these two suggestions by acclamation. And thank you. And without further ado, Madam Nyirasafiri, I hand the floor to you.
Excellence, la présidente du Parlement du
Excellencies and President of the Rwandan Parliament, President of the IPU, to you, the members of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, for having chosen me to preside over the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I'd like to thank you for that. It is a great pleasure for my country, and particularly for the Parliament of Rwanda, to be able to host this 34th session of Forum of Women Parliamentarians in my country. So I would like to welcome you to this country of 1,000 hills. Ladies and gentlemen, this session takes place within the context of an event of great importance, which is the International Day of the Girl. As a woman and as female leaders, we must lead by example and be an inspiration for women and girls across the world. We must make sure that the empowerment of women and girls always be a priority, and that their rights always and everywhere be protected and respected, thereby guaranteeing a fair future for our society. I wish all of you a wonderful International Day of Girls. The Forum of Women Parliamentarians offers a platform to contribute to the decision-making processes at an international level. Consequently, I am very pleased to announce that this session in Kigali has been prepared with this in mind. During the debate, we will highlight the thorny issue of discrimination against women, sexism, harassment, and violence against women in parliaments, international migration rates, and ending human trafficking and human rights violations, including those carried out by states. The majority of these issues have been the subject of research by the IPU or have been debated in different meetings. As a representative of peoples, we must find solutions to these problems. And it is up to each one of us here today to actively participate and make suggestions to resolving these issues that I mentioned earlier. Before I conclude, I would like to quote a message from the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, relating to the 145th Assembly of the IPU. It's in English.
Women and men are equal in terms of ability and dignity. So, women and men must also be equal in terms of opportunity. This is not a just human right, but also common sense. No one benefits when women are held back. We have to change mindsets and not just laws. End of quote. Et je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
For listening.
Mesdames et
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are here with the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda. We are here with the President of the IPU, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, and the General Secretary of the IPU and President of the Martin Chungong. So the honour befalls on me to present to you Her Excellency, the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, to make her address. You have the floor.
Merci bien.
Very much. Your Excellency, the President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, Madam President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, members of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you had a nice morning at this opening of the 145th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. It is always a pleasure for me to once again welcome you, dear colleagues and parliamentarians who have come from all four corners of the world. I would like to thank all of you for having travelled such a long way to come here to Kigali. This is proof of your commitment to the IPU and to make it a vibrant and dynamic institution. I would also like to congratulate, of course, my colleague, Esperance, for taking on the helm of the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I am sure that she is up to the task. More specifically, I would like to join you in greeting the IPU and its President and the Secretary General, and to congratulate you on making gender equality an undeniable right and value of your organisation. As I'm sure you already know, our country focuses on equality between men and women. And this is very important for countries who want to achieve development. So there is no better place to discuss not only the general issue at the General Assembly, so gender equality and gender equal parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient way forward. But also, there are different items on the agenda of the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, notably the issue of gender-sensitive awareness. Dear colleagues, your debates will be an opportunity for us and for you to make exchanges and to learn from your respective experiences. And this will bring to our debate a huge amount of richness and diversity. We must also paint a faithful picture of our respective countries and parliaments and look at the role that we must play as representatives of peoples to make sure that our parliaments and societies be spaces that enshrine the rights of men and women. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, parliamentarians, I thereby invite you all to make the most of your days here that we're going to work together. I'm sure they will be quite intensive days so that we can have tangible recommendations that will contribute to gender equality. We will have lots of occasions to discuss, so I don't want to take up too much of your time because the agenda is really quite full, but I would like to wish you a very fruitful and productive session of work. I would like to conclude by saying on behalf of the Parliament of Rwanda that we thank you very much and we really hope that you enjoy your stay in our country. Despite the fact that you have quite a heavy agenda, I hope that you are able to explore our country, our city rather, in your free time so that you can make the most of the culture and spirit of Rwanda. Thank you for listening.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
President, for your welcoming words. I will then invite the President of the IPU to take the floor, and to make his welcome address. Thank you.
Merci, Madame President.
Thank you very much to the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda.
34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, dear friend, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mr. Secretary General. Usually I need to say now, Madam Speakers and Mr. Speakers, but I believe that here I will find just Madam Speakers of Parliament, because I tried to identify, but I didn't identify any man speaker present inside the room. Madam Deputy Speakers, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be opening the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the occasion of the 145th IPU Assembly. It is a pleasure to be with you all here and welcome to Kigali. This Forum of Women Parliamentarians is a crucial platform of the IPU. Gender equality and women's empowerment are on the top of our agenda. They are also on the top of the agenda of our host parliament, which is the parliament of the world with the highest proportion of women members. Congratulations, Madam Speaker. It's something that you should be very proud. Let me give you that proportion, as I don't get to state that figure very often. We have here in Rwanda 61.3% of members of the Rwanda Chamber of Deputies as women. I repeat, 61.3%. Something amazing in our world. And allow me to say, elected. They went to elections and they got the majority. It was not a simple nomination. On the districts, they needed to be, they fight with men, and they won the election. Congratulations. This forum that gathers us today is our guide to focus on the perspectives of women in all our work and to set the tone from a gender perspective in our deliberation as the Assembly. This is even more important today, as we live in such troubled times of pandemic, armed conflicts, climate-related disasters. The current situation in Ukraine shows to all of us this impact every day. However, we also see examples of Ukrainian women's brave resistance and resilience. And we saw that every day again. I would like to acknowledge the President of Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Mrs. Lesia Vasilienko, who I am very happy to have with us here today. Lesia, you are one hero to all of us. Colleagues, we know that crises such as armed conflict cause high levels of displacement and migration that expose women and girls to gender-based violence and other forms of exploitation while they are on the move. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to ensure that we uphold a right-based approach to migration that prevents human rights abuses from all parties. And I am very pleased that you will be discussing this issue today to give directions from a gender perspective to the resolution under examination during our Assembly. As we tackle gender-based violence in our societies, we must also do so in parliaments. Sometimes we don't believe that, but happen also discrimination inside our own parliaments. We must ensure that the parliaments are free from sexism, harassment, and violence against women MPs. We know that women MPs compose 26.5% of our parliaments globally. However, we also know that more than 85% of women MPs we surveyed in Europe face psychological violence. In Africa, 40% of women MP surveyed were sexually harassed. Globally, 25% of women MP face physical violence. We found out, even when evidence that violence against women MPs is perpetrated by male colleagues inside our own parliaments. Such violence targets women leaders is part of a structural tactic of men to dominate and silence women and get them out of decision making and leadership. But we won't let this tactic work. And we know what needs to be done. Having a gender-sensitive parliament is a key strategy for women full participation and for equality between men and women. We are celebrating 10 years since the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments was adopted in one assembly much like this one. As you debate on how gender-sensitive parliaments can be free from gender-based violence, you are doing this not just for your fellow members of parliament, but believe, also for generations of women and girls leaders to come. Colleagues and friends, today is the 10th anniversary of the International Day of Girl. Now more than ever, we need to use our leadership to take impactful action to fulfill the rights of women and girls. The world's 600 million adolescent girls face unique challenge, and they deserve that their diverse voices be heard. We must make our institutions meaningful and safe for women today, so that future generations of girls have access to political participation and continue hunting to be in politics. We need to push harder to make a difference as MPs. We have power in our hands. Let us move political commitment to the next level by prioritizing gender equality in our work, setting 50-50 as the target of equal participation in our parliaments. And let's make zero tolerance to violence against women our standard. That's why I wish you an excellent session of the Forum and fruitful assembly. And I know you will work harder to achieve it. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Much, Mr. President. When we have male presidents here in the room, we have to remember that male parliamentarians are not excluded from the work of the Forum. I would ask for an applause for the men who are here with us. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your message and for your support, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Madam President of the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, Mr. President of the IPU, and our Secretary General, we have a very full agenda, and please, we excuse you at any moment if you have pressing matters to attend. Dear colleagues, thank you. Dear colleagues, we will now start our work with the adoption of the agenda that you have received. and which has been discussed by the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in March 2022. I would like to ask you for your adoption of the agenda. I do not see any objections. The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues. We have many interesting subjects ahead of us on our agenda, and I'm sure that we will have very animated and interesting discussions on these issues. Our session today will continue until 6:30. And now we will move on to point 3 of our agenda, which is about the recent activities to advance gender equality. I would like to invite Madame Lesia Vasilenko, President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, to present the work that has been carried out by the Bureau in the previous sessions. Madame Vasilenko, you have the floor. You have the floor. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, it is a great blessing to be with you today. I am pleased to brief you on the work that the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians carried out last March in Nusa Dua and earlier this morning here in Kigali. This 145th Assembly is a historic moment as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments adopted by the IPU member parliaments. The Plan of Action is a unique forward-looking strategic document that aims at transforming parliaments into institutions that embody respect and promote gender equality. During this assembly, we will have several opportunities to take stock of progress achieved so far in having more gender-sensitive institutions and to look at the future of gender-sensitive parliaments. Allow me to highlight the main ones. First, the general debate of this assembly will serve to assess how far we have come in implementing the Plan of Action. It will also serve to deepen our commitment to making parliaments even more gender sensitive to deal with crisis and drive resilience. Second, later today, this forum will have a panel discussion on the linkages between gender-sensitive parliaments and the eradication of sexism, harassment, and violence against women in parliaments. As you are aware, when such acts pervade, parliaments miss out their responsibility to be representative, efficient, and effective, and fail in their duty to serve the population in all its diversity. With this panel, we will focus on concrete solutions already implemented in some parliaments to create a culture of equality and of zero tolerance to any form of gender-based violence. In conjunction with this panel, I am pleased to invite you to visit the exhibition on Parliaments Free from Sexism, Harassment, and Violence Against Women, which will showcase communication material from parliaments on this matter. Please take the time to look and learn from these good practices and get inspired to take further action in your own parliament. Third, this forum will be organizing a parity debate on Thursday, 13th October, dedicated to rejuvenating parliaments, why younger and gender-sensitive parliaments and efficient institutions. This debate will examine the needs, expectations, and aspirations of a more diverse generation of men and women MPs. It will also look at how the use of new technologies in Parliament can support or challenge gender equality. As always, for our parity debate, make sure to bring with you female and male colleagues from your delegations. Fourth, I would like to draw your attention to a side event that will focus on women's parliamentary caucuses and identify links between the work of such caucuses and the transformation of parliaments into more gender-sensitive institutions. Entitled Towards Gender Equality, Celebrating and Understanding the Accomplishments of Women's Parliamentary Caucuses. This side event will take place on Friday, October 14th from 11:30 to 1 p.m. Colleagues, I am also pleased to inform you that in Nusa Dua, the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians and the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians had a series of exchanges of views with the aim of better supporting women parliamentarians against acts of gender-based violence. These ongoing joint efforts will continue towards the development of a special protocol for women MPs victims of gender-based violence. Turning to the business of our session today, we will be debating the draft resolution of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights entitled Parliamentary Impetus to Local and Regional Development of Countries with High Levels of International Migration and to Stopping All Forms, including state-sponsored, of human trafficking and human rights abuses. Our debate will focus on gender aspect of the draft resolution and in particular on, number one, upholding a rights-based and gender-responsive approach to migration. Number two, addressing the root causes of trafficking of women and girls, especially for the purpose of sexual exploitation. And number three, ensuring survivor-centered anti-trafficking legislation and enforcement. This will allow us to consider amendments from a gender perspective to the draft resolution. We will have this debate in plenary. The Bureau agreed that Ms. Al-Nassif from Egypt will chair this debate and Ms. Bujela from Eswatini will be the rapporteur. I take it that you will agree with these proposals. Yes, good. Colleagues, for my last point, let me say how deeply I am aware that the war that my country, Ukraine, is undergoing has had a devastating impact on women's rights and the rights of girls worldwide. It has been widening the gender gap and creating alarming increase in food insecurity. It has also resulted in increases in gender-based violence, transactional sex for food and survival, sexual exploitations and trafficking of women and girls in many crises, conflicts and humanitarian settings around the world. It is a war that can end only when the aggression of the Russian Federation ends against Ukraine and when all the Russian troops are pulled out from my country. And as soon as that is done, we can go back to peaceful development and to living and developing gender equality and gender-based violence to gender-based parliaments to the full. We will only be able to respond to all of these tragedies by renewing here in Kigali a global feminist solidarity in the name of peace and in support of all crisis-affected people. And I thank you for this.
Merci.
Many thanks for this report, Madame Vasilenko. I would like to invite all members, men and women, to go to the meeting that you have mentioned. And I would like to finish this point by thanking the President, the Vice President, and all members of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians for their key work, important work that they do for the equality of women and girls. I would like to have one more applause for the work of these people. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Now we will move on to the participation of men and women in this 145th IPU Assembly. We have the Gender Partnership Group, which has not yet met during this Assembly. So I would like to invite the Secretary of the IPU, dear Zaina Halal, to share with us information on the participation of men and women, this Gender Partnership Group, in the 145th Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam President.
As at 10 October, there are 35.3% of women participating in this 145th Assembly. Please consider this figure as an initial figure, a preliminary one, that may change from now until the end of the Assembly. This proportion of 35.3% is a bit lower than the one we had at the last assembly in Nusa Dua, which stood at 38.9%. So let's hope that by the end of this assembly, we would have reached 38.9% or more women attending this 145th assembly of the IPU. Dear delegates, the proportion of women in the assembly and the proportion of men participating is closely monitored by the Gender Partnership Group of the IPU. The Gender Partnership Group is made of 2 men and 2 women, members of the Executive Committee of the IPU, the highest decision-making body of our organization. This shows you how much this issue of equal participation, of gender sensitivity is high on the IPU agenda. However, at this assembly, we have too many single-sex delegations that are participating, and this is happening despite a strong sanction system that exists in our organization. There are here in Kigali 101 delegations of 2 members and more. Among these 101 delegations, 18 are single-sex. 15 of them are male only, and 3 are all female. We have to remain vigilant, as having 18 single-sex delegation is having 18 too many delegations that are of the same sex. The Gender Partnership Group will meet on 14 October and will provide additional statistics on the participation of men and women in this assembly. It will also do the rest of its jobs, which is to first monitor the situation of parliaments with no or few women members. It will hold a hearing for that, and also do its other job, which is to make sure that the IPU is the most gender-sensitive institution possible. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this summary and this interesting information. Thank you, dear Zaina. We are looking forward to finding out the final statistics from the Assembly, and we hope that it will include more women. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we will now move on to the recent IPU activities for the promotion of gender equality. We will focus on 3 main activities. The first will be on the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, which took place on the 8th and 9th of September in Tashkent in Uzbekistan. The second activity will be about the Convention on all forms of discrimination against women, CEDAW, and including a seminar that was about CEDAW. The third activity, main activity, is about the follow-up activities from the launch of a study, the 2021 study on sexism, harassment and violence towards women in the parliaments in Africa, and there will be another conference on this subject. Dear colleagues, to talk about the first point, the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, we are delighted to introduce Ms. Chinomoma, the women speaker from Zimbabwe, and Madame Maharani from the Chamber of Representatives of Indonesia. Madame Chinomona You have the floor.
Madam, if I may recognize Madam President of the Forum, Madam President of the Bureau, dear colleagues and friends. Last September 8 and 9, the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament met in Uzbekistan and was attended by more than 100 participants. The women speakers focused on priority action areas for parliamentary leadership to better deliver on sustainability and prosperity when anticipating future risks and responding to crises. Women focused on deliberations on how to address the risks of the post-pandemic global recovery from the perspective of sustainable development rooted in justice, inclusion, and environmental protection. Reflecting on experiences from the pandemic, we looked at the global recovery from the perspective of sustainable development rooted in justice, inclusion, and environmental protection. As our economies recover from recent crises, we firmly agreed that there is an urgent need for a green economy that is more inclusive, including by recognizing the value of care and unpaid work. We also recognized the role of gender-sensitive parliaments in encouraging gender-responsive legislation and supporting the eradication of violence against women and girls, including online. We highlighted the importance of parliamentary leadership in responding to such risks. The Tashkent Declaration that we have adopted during the summit calls to step up implementation of the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. Immediate and robust actions should be prioritized in all parliaments to have equal numbers of men and women, to mainstream gender across all work, to improve family-friendly infrastructures and culture, to implement policies to end sexism, harassment, and violence against women in parliament, and to make gender equality a shared goal among men and women MPs. Dear colleagues, the women speakers who lead the way in building resilience by prioritizing the protection and advancement of women's rights and empowerment throughout our work. I count on you to join our efforts. I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And now I would like to call on Madame Maharani to take the floor and to inform us on the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. You have the floor.
Madame Maharani, à vous la parole.
Maharani, you have the floor.
Honorable Madam President of the Forum, Honorable Madam President of the Bureau, distinguished guests, it is an honor to join you at the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians and present a report of the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. At the summit in Tashkent, we focus our deliberation on assessing benefits and risks of new technologies, of risk anticipation, and more economic resilience. Technology is an important means of equalizing the playing field between men and women. We agree that recent advancements in the digital economy are a key component of economic resilience and recovery. They present an opportunity for enhanced progress if and only if they are implemented in a gender-sensitive way. We need to seize this opportunity to foster greater gender equality, boost economic growth, and build a more inclusive world. We were concerned about the risk posed by the growing digital gap, online harassment, fake news, hate speech, and online violence, which hinder the right and freedom of women and girls everywhere. We call that this risk be addressed through policies and bridge the digital divide and protect the right of women and girls online. We also recognize the role of gender-sensitive parliament in encouraging gender-responsive legislation and supporting the eradication of violence against women and girls, including online. We highlighted the importance of parliamentary leadership is responding to such reach. The Tashkent Declaration adopted at the end of the summit reflect the commitment from women speakers to transforming our institution into gender-sensitive parliaments that enact gender-responsive legislation. The legislation would respond the growing risk that protect the right and freedom of vulnerable groups of women and girls everywhere. I know we can count on all of you to drive this important agenda with us. I thank you.
Many thanks again, Madam Speaker from Indonesia, and for the success of the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliaments. As we have the information about this summit, and we have guidelines that have been given from the President, and we would like to take them into account within this assembly. To receive information about CEDAW, I have the pleasure of calling on the Vice President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Hala Fayez. You have the floor.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I'm pleased to brief you on the very important and fruitful cooperation between the IPU and the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. As you all know, the CEDAW Committee has the essential mandate to monitor and guide states' implementation of the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the International Bill of Women's Rights. For 2 decades now, the CEDAW Committee and the IPU have been working hand-to-hand to promote stronger involvement of parliamentarians in ensuring implementation of the Convention nationally. And there is so much we all need to do so that CEDAW is translated into our laws and policies, but also, most importantly, into the daily lives of women and girls. It is in this context that last May, I chaired the first in a series of IPU webinars on parliamentary engagement in CEDAW implementation, reporting, and follow-up. This first webinar brought together participation of 15 parliaments, especially those from countries scheduled for review by the CEDAW Committee. We were briefed on the work of CEDAW Committee and its important guidance on pressing issues such as climate change and gender, and conflict and gender. CEDAW members also informed us they are about to renew the committee guidance on women's political participation, which is key for ensuring all other rights in the Convention. The CEDAW Committee counts on the IPU and our parliaments to champion the gender parity objective and contribute to their work in this area. During the webinar, we also heard inspiring examples from colleagues whose parliaments have integrated CEDAW in their work and how that has helped advance much-awaited legal reforms and policies. The existence of specialized bodies, such as gender committees, have served as great platforms to facilitate this. Colleagues, I encourage you all to participate in future IPU webinars and to fully take part in the CEDAW reporting processes. Our parliaments must also build the capabilities of all members, men and women alike, on the CEDAW Convention and the systematic follow-up on the concluding observations that are adopted by the CEDAW Committee following the review of our country's reports. You can always count on the IPU Secretariat to support your Parliament's engagement in all aspects of the CEDAW implementation, reporting, and follow-up. Just ask. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vice President of the Bureau, for this informative presentation. We are very grateful for the organisation of these webinars and for implementing the work on the convention. I would like to now invite the secretary from the Programme Manager of the IPU and Gender and Youth Programmes, Ms. Zaina Hilal, who will, and I would like to congratulate you for your work on equality. Thank you very much, Madam President.
We'll remember that at the end of 2021, we have launched the publication, the study on sexism, harassment, and violence against women in Parliament in Africa. This regional study followed a previous one done at the European level, which itself followed yet a previous regional study, global study on worldwide on sexism, harassment, and violence against women. 1 year after the publication of the joint IPU and African Parliamentary Union study on Africa, a regional conference for African parliaments entitled Preventing and Responding to Violence Against Women in Politics and in Parliaments will take place on 13 November and 1 December 2022 in Lomé, Togo. The conference is jointly organized by the IPU, the African Parliamentary Union, APU, and the National Assembly of Togo. And all parliaments of Africa will receive the invitation to this conference, but please mark it on your agenda already. The conference in Lomé will be an opportunity for African parliaments to examine in depth how violence against women in politics and in parliaments manifests itself and which are the issues at stake, both in Africa but also across the world. It will allow for an initial assessment of parliaments in Africa have done to combat this huge problem, and there are many good practices in Africa to share. Delegations that will take part will be asked to share insights into how their parliaments have used the study to tackle sexism, harassment, and violence against women inside their premises and in the world of politics more generally. We hope that as many African parliaments as possible will accept the IPU's call to amplify the findings of the study and join others that have already taken initiatives at the national levels. And I would like to acknowledge the Parliament of Benin, the Parliament of the Central African Republic, the Parliament of Gabon, Morocco, Niger, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, as well as the Arab Parliament, who have all organized events to launch the study and launch the debate, break the taboo, launch the debate on sexism, harassment, and violence against women in Parliament. So please join us in Lomé very soon to continue this very important conversation. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, chère Zena. Nous nous
Zaina, we were very pleased to hear about this regional meeting that will take place, and it'll be a great way to mark the International Day of the Elimination of Discrimination, or rather violence against women, and 16 days of activism. I hope that our African parliamentarians, both men and women, will participate. And thank you also for giving us a report on gender-sensitive parliaments during this assembly. Dear colleagues, later on this afternoon we will be able to continue the discussion on gender-sensitive parliaments and violence against women in parliaments during our debate. For now, we are going to look at item 4 on our agenda to identify the contribution of the Forum to the work of the 145th Assembly from a gender perspective. This is a key role of the Forum, so let's make sure that each contribution counts. The draft resolution and its discussion, the discussion thereof, is now on our agenda, and it is called Parliamentary Impetus to Local and Regional Development of Countries with High Levels of International Migration, and to Stopping All Forms, including State-Sponsored, of Human Trafficking and Human Rights Abuses. Our objective today is to discuss this draft resolution from a gender perspective, so that we can come up with amendments to make the draft resolution more focused on gender sensitivity and to be more inclusive in terms of the interests of women. This will give rise to concrete recommendations that take into account gender equality and will be submitted by the Forum to the committee. A brief presentation of the draft resolution will be made, and then the Forum will debate it here in the plenary session. Normally, the debate will go on until 4:15, and I hope we will keep to time. Dear colleagues, the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians has nominated a president and a rapporteur for this debate. Madame Al-Nassif from Egypt has been nominated as president, and Madame Dejwala from Eswatini has been designated as rapporteur. I would like to ask you if you approve of these nominations. Thank you. And thank you very much to the President and the Rapporteur for carrying out their roles. Now, before we start the discussion, I'm very pleased to have with us the co-rapporteurs of the draft resolution, who accepted our invitation to present the general scope of the resolution. We have here with us Mr. Fadlizon from Indonesia. Is he here? He is not here, but Mr. Peter Beard from Germany is here, and he is going to present to the Assembly the draft resolution. Mr. Peter. Okay, very good. Thank you for being here with us today. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, thanks for the honor to speak in front of this distinguished Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I try to be brief, and I start with giving you a brief historic overview in very broad terms to get a better understanding what this draft resolution is all about. So at our IPU session, at our IPU meeting in November 21 in Madrid, my dear colleague Joe Waterful initiated this draft resolution and it was agreed that in Kigali, so on our 145th assembly that we're having today and during this week, we will try to pass that resolution. In between, in Nusa Dua on Bali, during that meeting, the co-rapporteurs, my dear colleagues from Uruguay and from Indonesia, the latter being here, I hope today, they figured out already some of the things we discussed and agreed on a text as it is presented to you, to the IPU, to the forum today. So the title of this resolution is rather lengthy, but I will read it out for you because it goes to the gist of what this is all about. The topic is parliamentary impetus to local and regional development of countries with high levels of international migration and to stopping all forms, including state-sponsored, of human trafficking and human rights abuses. So that is what this is about. And I jump now to the general topic of that. So we had prior to the United Nations adoption of the Global Compact on Migration, as well as to the Global Compact of Refugees, which has been adopted in December 2018. Prior to that adoption of these two compacts, there had been a broad debate on many things, which went to the substance of migration and refugees. So this current draft resolution that has been presented to you should not merely repeat what has been agreed during the United Nations, but is seen as an addendum, as an addition to both global pacts on migration and on refugees of the United Nations. So rather than opening up the box of trying to redefine migration and refugees, my suggestion would be to focus on the abuse of refugees and of migration for political purposes, and also with a clear focus of or including state abuse by state actors of migration and refugees. That again is the current draft resolution as it had been presented to you, and we will have a discussion. You will have a discussion at this very forum today, and over the next couple of days, over the remainder of the week, we will have a discussion about all the amendments that had been contributed timely before the deadline of a number of delegations from various countries, member countries of the IPU. And so that is the goal, by the end of this week, to have that resolution adopted. And I'm thankful that I could make that brief presentation. And I will remain here for some minutes, step down of the stage because you have your regulations here. But I'm in the room and I'm happy to try to clarify if there are questions. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Peter.
Very much, Mr. Peter, for this very helpful information, and thank you for giving up your time to attend the discussion that is about to follow. I am now going to give the floor to Madam Al-Nassif to preside over the discussions, please.
Thank you, everyone. Dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to heed the session regarding discussing the draft resolution. Ms. Bougela is nominated a rapporteur based on the proposal of the forum. and we look forward for our discussions today that will be very fruitful, hopefully. And before giving you some introductory remarks, allow me to remind all the colleagues whom haven't asked for to do it now. And allow me first to mention that some of our documents are available regarding this meeting. I ask all who need documents to take them, to have a copy, because it encompasses everything related to the issues that are going to be discussed from tomorrow forward. We are going to take into consideration or to discuss the item entitled Parliamentary Impetus to Local and Regional Development of Countries with High Levels of International Migration and to Stopping All Forms, including state-sponsored, of human trafficking and human rights abused. And this is an item discussed by the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. We will discuss today everything related to gender and as well upholding a rights-based, gender-responsive approach to migration. We are going to discuss as well and address the root causes to this big issue. And as well, we are going to discuss how to ensure a survivor-centered anti-trafficking legislation and its enforcement. All these aspects are going to be discussed. And we are going to discuss as well the amendments already submitted and are based on our different interests. And then the Standing Committee will review all these amendments and discuss them. Hence, I ask everyone to take into consideration the mentioned points. What are the opportunities that can impede women from migration, and how can we protect women from trafficking? What are the good current practices so that bilateral agreements related to migration don't discriminate women? And how can the migration system take into account the gender threats affecting the life of women, such as early marriage, gender mutilation, female mutilation, and trafficking? And what are the legal and organizational measures that should be taken in order to fight harassment and sexism, including online? What are the practices that should be taken in order to guarantee that women, especially those that are migrating, are survivors and can seek protection without being victims once more? Allow me now to open the floor for discussions, and I will give the floor for every person asking for it for 2 minutes, because that is unfortunately the time that we have. And I would like as well to ask you to participate actively in this discussion. Please do mention your name so we can mention that in the minutes of our meeting. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Distinguished parliamentarians, there are numbers of Thai women migrants who were deceived by employment agents. Good salary, good opportunity to work abroad make these women who are seeking for jobs easily fall for the traps. Many jobs are usually offered online through social media platforms. Such work as working as a masseur, babysitter, housekeeper, or elder caretaker. Therefore, these migrant workers are especially vulnerable to human trafficking and gender-based violence. However, we have to admit that many of these women, migrants, enter the country of destination illegally. With the status of being an illegal, therefore, it is a major reason that many cases would not be reported to the police. Moreover, these women have to do their job unwillingly and simultaneously find the way to return home country. In the view of law enforcement agents in Thailand, one of the barriers is to arrest the offenders. That cannot be done because the offense is committed out of our jurisdiction. Thai police could not arrest or prosecute the offenders in the destination country. The migration and trafficking in persons is a cross-functional issue which requires strong cooperation across country. Any country can be a country of origins, country of transit, and country of destination. Sharing information among those countries is a must practice to eliminate the problems. In addition, network of women migrants should be established in the country of destination in the first place, so the victim can ask for peer support who face the same experiences, both mental and physical. From gender perspective, Thailand sees that parliaments should raise our efforts toward human rights-based and gender-responsive implementation of GCM. Reliable and accurate sex and age disaggregated data on human trafficking, as well as gender-responsive identification and referral of victim of trafficking at all stages.
Shukran, thank you. Thank you for this statement. Dear colleagues, I ask you to be calm so we can hear well all the interventions and have then a fruitful discussion. 2 minutes, please. Now the floor is for Bangladesh. I give the floor to Bangladesh. 2 minutes.
From here. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am from Bangladesh, attending as Women Parliamentarian to Program 145 IPU Assembly and also attending the event of Forum of Women Parliamentarians. My colleague Shardara Mannan is also attending this program. Education in my country, in Bangladesh, enrollment of women all sphere and education like general education, IT education, and vocational education has been enhancement largely the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Empowerment women in Bangladesh has been systematically changed from grassroots to top level, such as Leader of Parliament, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Speaker of Parliament, Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chowdhury, opposition leader also women's, and leader our parties. Government has taken various initiatives for the development of women under social safety net program. Now Bangladesh is playing as role model for women empowerment. Thank you, dear colleague and dear distinguished colleague. Thank you, everybody. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu.
Thank you, shukran. Thank you. I give the floor now to Iran.
دقيقتين. بسم الله. سلام، ادب و احترام و خسته نباشید خدمت همکاران گرامی.
Participants staying abstained when it comes to women is neglected. It has caused the fact that the protection of women has become very intricate. That's why we try to create some changes in policies in order to enhance their situation, and at the same time to make some changes in order to make the work better for them. So creating a potential and a framework, we should remove the fact that other person other than women work them. So we should create hope and a better life for women. At the same time, we should develop the family value and notion after coming back to their land. So in order to make these changes, we have to make some immigration issues and concentrate on them to solve them respectively and try to implement these policies, which is one of the duties of our government. So the gap between politics and action should be filled, and the issue of immigration from the source and destination, planning from the source and destination, at the same time reducing the problems and creating motivations is very essential. Currently there are no immigration policies in place, so sexuality sort of issues are neglected currently. The issue of children and women are basically neglected, so we should work on this matter. So there are many evaluations which should be put in place.
Distinguished colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to commend the population of Rwanda and commend the organizers for hospitality and for warm reception. Regard refugees and migrants, we should implement the principles and the UN Charter and all the international conventions, including the Geneva Convention. The position of our country is in line with Article 13 of the preamble of the resolution. We have analyzed the draft resolution, and we understood that above all, women migrants need legal support, and my colleagues participate in the Commission on legal reforms, and we have done a huge job in this regard, and we have prepared the draft law which will regulate immigration policy. And with the adoption of this law, all women will count on rendering them a medical service, educational service, and also access to food and communal services. And our colleagues, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that our delegation says that it is unacceptable, Article 5 of the preamble of the resolution. It is unacceptable that some countries demonize our country, that claiming that our country abuses human rights and the norms of international human law. Please take into account our amendments. Спасибо большое.
جنوب أفريقيا. في حد
South Africa.
Thank you also for this opportunity. We are of the opinion that for many women and girls, migration is a way to fulfill their potential, support themselves and their families, and escape deeply entrenched gender inequalities, including sexual and gender-based violence, as well as a lack of access to resources. However, being both a migrant and a female also exposes them to the risk of being subjected to violence, discrimination, and other human rights violations, which may occur throughout the migration cycle. Gender-responsive migration policies provide an opportunity to support migrant women and girls and empower them to thrive in their host communities. And in this regard, South Africa would like to add the following to the resolution, and that is in the preambular paragraph, that it is included that we express a deep concern at the reports of grave abuses and violence committed against migrant women and girls, including gender-based violence, sexual violence, domestic and family violence, discrimination, abusive labor practices, exploitative conditions of work, and all forms of forced labor and trafficking in persons. And then, Chairperson, if I may, I would also like to add the following from South Africa, to add the following new operative paragraph, and that is that it urges governments to develop, enforce, and strengthen effective gender-sensitive measures to combat and eliminate all forms of trafficking in women and girls, including sexual and economic exploitation, as part of a holistic anti-trafficking strategy that integrates a human rights perspective. And we are saying this because in the majority of countries, including South Africa, the primary driving force is poverty, with associated poor education standards and lack of employment opportunities that propel vulnerable people into the hands of traffickers. South Africa is also a transit and source country for the international market in trafficking of humans.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you على كلمة حضرتك. والآن
Now we close the list of intervention, and I ask Zimbabwe to take the floor. Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
Trafficking in persons, particularly women and children, has become a global problem. The majority of women are lured by promises of attractive, well-paying jobs offered by agents of criminal networks without realizing the full nature of their future employment or the conditions in which they will work. In fact, most job opportunities for women migrants are in unregulated sectors such as farming, domestic and care work, as well as the sex industry. Women have less access to information on migration or job opportunities. Zimbabwe has domesticated some of the provisions of the International Protocol on Trafficking to include the criminalization of offenders, as well enacting survivor-centered provisions for victims of trafficking. Article 6, paragraph 1 of the protocol calls on member states that in appropriate cases and to the extent possible under its domestic law, each state part shall protect the privacy and identity of victims of trafficking in persons, including inter alia, by making legal proceedings relating to such trafficking confidential. Zimbabwe has experienced cases of human trafficking of its nationals. Trafficked women from Zimbabwe have been lured by high-paying domestic work in other countries. In recent years, the Zimbabwe government learned that about 200 of its female citizens had been trafficked after falling prey to human trafficking schemes. Efforts were made by the government to assist these women, but only 128 women were rescued and repatriated back home. The program was conducted in collaboration with the International Organization of Migration, which assisted with funding for medical and psychosocial support to the identified victims. In conclusion, I would like to say that women should be encouraged to seek adequate information before they embark on such perilous journeys. Through our representative function as legislators, we also have a responsibility to share information with our constituents about these human trafficking schemes so that young girls and women do not fall victim. I thank you.
Thank you. شكرا لكلمة حضرتك. والآن
Thank you. I give the floor now to Serbia, please. 2 minutes, please, so we can give the others an opportunity.
Let me tell you a few things about the situation in Serbia. Our parliament has 40% quota of women, and in our government we have a prime minister who is a lady, and about 40%, almost 40% of ministers are ladies. We are one of the few parliaments that adopted gender budgeting. So it is one of the very, very important things for enhancing and invigorating women as politicians and women as a gender. On the local level, on the level of municipalities, we are not that good, so we have only a few women mayor at the level of municipalities. But let me say one thing about migration. Serbia is a country of transit. It's not a country of a final destination. We now see that Ukrainian refugees are welcomed all over Europe with open hands, and it is okay, and we recognize that, and we are trying to do the same. But the thing is that there is racism emerging, because in Europe, other refugees with a darker tan from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Africa are not welcomed in that way. So it's the idea of a fruitful thinking for us women parliamentarians, to stop this kind of, I would say, racistic behavior. Serbia is...
Thank you so much. Thank you. أرجو الهدوء من القاعة.
Please stay calm in the room. And now I give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you so much for allowing Zambia just to add voice to this very important topic. Migration is a phenomenon which often negatively impacts both countries of origin and destination. It is fueled by many factors such as conflicts, economic crisis, natural disaster, fear of persecution, and search for better jobs, among others. Owing to their vulnerability, migrants often fall prey to human trafficking and human rights abuses. Madam Chair, I would like to bring to your attention that it's quite disturbing to see that most of these people who are trafficked for sex, normally they are deprived of proper health, they're unable to attain, they're unable to receive proper health care because of them being most of the time being illegal immigrants, and also them being like treated like slaves. I'll take you to the scenario of what has happened recently in our country. We had some girls were abducted, and these were about 13 girls. And for these girls, after they left, after they were rescued, it wasn't easy for them, and they needed to be given proper counseling, and which most of these immigrants who are trafficked also they lack this proper mental support, health support from countries. In conclusion, Madam Chair, not to take much of your time, I just want to bring to attention that in Zambia, parliamentarians have a central role to play through their constitutional functions to ensure that migration is contained.
Thank you.
And citizens'
Thank
rights
you
are
so much.
safeguarded.
Thank you. شكرا على كلمة حضرتك. والآن أدعو
for your kind input, and now I give the floor to Australia, and please calm down in the room, please. So I give the floor to Australia. Just 2 minutes, ma'am.
The committee on this motion, and on behalf of Australia, I would like to offer consideration for this meeting to consider one particular form of trafficking, and that is orphanage trafficking, which is an issue that Australia has taken the lead on globally. It is a form of trafficking and slavery that we can address. We can address readily post-COVID to prevent millions of children being trafficked into orphanages so that people can profit from this trade. So what I would recommend and suggest is if we can include in section 14 reference specifically to orphanage trafficking to make sure that those of us from donor supply countries can change the behaviours of our donors to stop supporting false orphanages and the trafficking of children from donor supply countries. So I would like to recommend that that issue be specifically addressed in this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. والآن أدعو.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Syria. Thank you. Nisa Saleh from the Arab Republic of Syria. Human trafficking is not just an organized crime, a transboundary crime, but also it is related to human rights and it has development dimensions and also impact on migration. How can we fight human trafficking through a political will and through addressing the issues of poverty and weaknesses that would lead to victims of war? Also, fighting human trafficking is the responsibility of the origin and destination countries and transit countries. These countries have to work in order to put an end to the exploitation of victims and to put an end to human trafficking. Of course, there are assisting factors such as the gender discrimination, which makes women and girls more subject to human trafficking, and also having corrupt government employees and civil servants, and also having organized crime networks that are involved in human trafficking. This is why we have to shed the light on the work of the Arab Republic of Syria in this direction. In fact, we've had a decree number 3 for the year 2010, and it included the anti-human trafficking law, which articles have determined procedures that would guarantee the rights of victims as well as efforts deployed by Syria in order to join the international conventions. Syria has also established an entity including representatives of 10 ministries and also representatives of organizations, and also it is contributing to having awareness sessions against human trafficking. Of course, there are obstacles, which is, for example, the non-collaboration of the neighboring countries in the exchange of information, and also the lack of reporting on human trafficking. There was a national action plan to put an end to human trafficking at the national level, at the regional level, and at the international level with many aspects. And we have to assert that the international community should intensify its efforts to face such a dangerous problem, which is human trafficking. Many thanks. Thank you for your intervention. And now, for just 2 minutes, I give the floor to the UAE, United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you for all the ideas that have been raised as well as all the suggestions that have been given. And as the Parliament of the UAE, we would like to assert the importance of issuing legislations that would guarantee the efficient political participation of women and their protection. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you some of the achievements of the UAE in terms of the political empowerment of women. For example, the decision of increasing the representation of women to 50% in the Parliament. Also, the share of working women in leading positions and in teaching, in health positions, it went from 46% to 72% based on the different indicators for the year 2020. There are more than 25,000 business women who are leading investments with a value going beyond 60 million dirham inside of the state. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for having abided by the time allocated to you. And now we give the floor to Turkey. Turkey. So, the state of Turkey.
Dear colleagues, distinguished participants, human trafficking remains the major challenges to the security and the development of all the countries. We can only tackle this issue through international cooperation. With this mindset, we fully support all international cooperation mechanisms combating human trafficking and take all necessary measures for effective implementation of United Nations Convention against Transnational Organized Crimes and its protocols. We continue to display a decisive and progressive approach against human trafficking. We have introduced numerous administrative and legal measures regarding the main pillars of combating human trafficking: prevention, protection, prosecution, and cooperation. As the members of parliament, we are on the legislation side, and in this perspective, in December 2019, human trafficking was included in the catalog crimes of Criminal Procedure Code of Turkey. This has considerably strengthened the judicial processes in order to coordinate the efforts on fight against human trafficking. We have established a coordination body among relevant public institutions. We believe in the role of information and experience sharing among countries to further improve and consolidate national efforts in encountering human trafficking. In line with rights-based, gender-responsive approach to the migration, Turkey takes necessary steps to prioritize the specific needs, challenges, and vulnerable situation of women and girls at all stages of migration due to their increased vulnerabilities to human rights violations and gender-based discrimination. I want to underline the importance of laws, policies, and programs introduced by Turkey, recognizing and addressing the different experiences, needs, and vulnerabilities faced, especially by women and girl migrants at all stages of migration, while upholding their human rights, promoting their empowerment, and advancing gender equality. I believe that parliaments should play a vital role.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very
Thank
much. Thank
you.
you.
Your
Stay calm, please, in the room. And we give the floor now to the state of Pakistan.
It is a fact that Pakistan is a developing nation with a substantial percentage of its population surviving below the poverty line. When faced with hunger and want, many vulnerable people fall victim to those with nefarious ideas. This reality has become even more stark post the recent flooding, which threatens to push an additional 9 million Pakistanis below the poverty line. However enticing as it may seem, however greener the pastures may look, trafficking remains a heinous crime. But it is a reality that the poor, the poverty-stricken, look towards this as an answer to their hunger, to their want, to their needs. Pakistan has made strides in ensuring that we can adhere to our constitution, Article 11(2) of which prohibits all forms of forced labor and trafficking. We have enacted the Prevention and Control of Human Trafficking Ordinance, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act in 2018, and the Transactional Organized Crime Act in 2000. We remain committed to stopping trafficking, whether of women or of children. However, the reality is that as hard as we try, there are loopholes, there are porous borders that remain a challenge. There is poverty which remains a challenge. And I feel unless we all come together, the world, and commit ourselves to stopping trafficking of women and of children and all vulnerable segments of society, alone any nation cannot stop this evil. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you so much. والآن مع
I give the floor now to the state of England. So the state of England.
Madam Chair, and I would like to warmly support this debate and this resolution. The only recommendation I would make is that to section 14.1 we add the words "and modern day slavery," because indeed it is slavery that we are talking about in many cases here. I would also like to say, in response to what I think is the elephant in the room, that since the 24th of February, nearly 4 million people have had to flee from Ukraine, many of them women and children. And we in the United Kingdom have welcomed over 100,000 of them into our homes. And what I would say, therefore, to my colleague from the Russian parliament is that this would not be happening if cruise missiles and indiscriminate attacks were not happening on civilian targets within Ukraine. And I would urge her to take back a message of peace from this assembly, from the women parliamentarians of the world, that we would like to see an end to this aggressive and unwarranted attack on a neighboring sovereign state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. الآن
I give the floor now to Jordan. Thank you, Madam President. I will be positive while speaking on behalf of Jordan, especially that there was a law promulgated, anti-human trafficking law, in 2009, and there was a national committee that was formed to prevent trafficking, and there was also a national strategy against human trafficking, and it included 4 aspects: prevention, protection, prosecution, and building partnerships in order to put an end to human trafficking. And also, the coalition of women parliamentarians from the Arab world has been established to fight human trafficking. And in fact, it was entrusted with taking a lot of actions to protect women against human trafficking. And also, we've had the Jordanian parliamentarians forum that was held in Jordan. And during that forum, a lot of discriminatory laws have been discussed and a lot of amendments have been introduced to support women. And currently, right on the table of the parliament, we have the labor law in Jordan that strives for paving the way for a secure working environment for women and for protecting women against sexual harassment. And all of this does not happen but through a direct support from a wise leadership in Jordan, a wise leadership by His Excellency King Abdullah II to support the Jordanian women against all kinds of discrimination and violence. Thank you so much. I give the floor now to Canada.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that we're talking about stakes that are very important on the trafficking of people. We have a parliamentary group which is against modern slavery and human trafficking. They work on these issues to organize conferences and to raise the debate and awareness on what is at stake here. This year is an important moment to reflect on this. We have a day that is dedicated to human trafficking, to fighting human trafficking. Canada is aware that in this year, in 2022, we still see a lot of human trafficking and migration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Greece. I give the floor now to Greece.
Madam Chair, a special principal reason of women immigration is climate change. We can't forget it. As Antonio Guterres said, half of humanity is in the danger zone from floods, droughts, extreme storms and wildfires. I strongly support these words. We have a choice, collective action or collective suicide. It's in our hands. Climate change became visible this year. Extreme heat waves and droughts in Europe, humanitarian crisis, in the Horn of Africa, disease in Haiti, climate carnage in Pakistan. Some examples. But according to recent research, women appear to be more affected by climate change negative effects, as they are particularly vulnerable to climate-related calamities. It is estimated that the probability of death due to climate-related catastrophes is about 14 times higher in women than in men. Indeed, for many women, climate change is not just the occurrence of higher summer temperatures, but often results less food, more limited access to drinking water, sanitation, or safe living conditions than men, but critically, it often leads to new threats toward their rights. Despite their vulnerability to climate catastrophes, women play a vital role in actions associated with the recovery from such events. So we understand that a reason for women immigration is the climate change and effects to women people.
Thank you. والآن
Thank you. I now give the floor to Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, trafficking in persons as a modern slavery and human rights violation has not been spared Malawi. In trying to address this issue, the Malawi government launched a national plan of action in 2017, and they created some sort of fund for survivors of the trafficking. Malawi has stringent laws around the trafficking and the exploitation, including Trafficking in Persons Act of 2015, which criminalizes sex and the labor trafficking, and prescribe punishments up to 14 years imprisonment for offenses involving adults, victims, and up to 21 years imprisonment for crimes involving children victims. Enacting the Trafficking in Persons Act of 2015, Malawi demonstrated its commitment to fulfill the country's obligation undertaking as a party to the United Nations Convention against transitional organized crime, and is implementing protocols, in particular protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking persons, especially women and children. Madam Chairperson, even the Malawi Constitution clearly stipulates that no person is to be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and slave trade are prohibited, and no persons is to be subjected to forced labor or child labor that amount to servitude. Other legislation like the Marriage, Divorce, and Family Relations Act and the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act of 2016 contain the provisions that indirectly contribute towards efforts to end Trafficking in Persons Act. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you so much. والآن الأدعو
I give the floor now to Ukraine.
Shukran, Madam Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues. I will try to be very succinct. Ukraine greets this draft resolution and has suggested several amendments to it. While human trafficking and sex crimes have significantly increased in number, especially against Ukrainian women who have found themselves in a vulnerable position as refugees, today 14 million of Ukrainian women had to abandon their homes, 7 million persons had to flee Ukraine, had to go abroad to seek safety. Why? Because of the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. And why? Because mothers like me do not want their children to be among those 386 boys and girls killed by Russian missiles, bullets, and artillery. Nor do we want them to be among the 700 children wounded by Russian missiles, bullets, and artillery. The attacks in the last 24 hours over Ukraine are making Ukraine further unlivable. 83 missiles have been launched in the last 24 hours on 12 regions of Ukraine. Also, these attacks were carried out by drones of Iranian origin. These attacks have damaged critical infrastructure, heat and power stations, and caused 19 people to die. In total, over the last 230 days of escalated Russian aggression, Russia has destroyed 40,000 educational facilities, that is schools and kindergartens, sometimes with children in them. 150 hospitals have been damaged, including maternity wards. The strategy against civilians and civilian infrastructure is a war crime in itself, and all of those guilty of this war crime and those who endorse these war crimes with their political decisions will bear full responsibility and will pay for their actions. This criminal, inhumane behavior will have to stop, and Ukraine will be rebuilt and will be made livable again. But for it to be made livable again and for people to come back, and people, trust me, those millions of Ukrainian women and children abroad, they do want to come back. They don't want anything more than to come back. But the countries hosting them need to create the possibilities for them to have the links with their countries. And this is where I need 30 seconds of your time to read the proposed amendment by Ukraine to Article 8 of this resolution. So we would like it to read as urges the IPU member parliaments to promote adoption and implementation of specific programs protecting the rights of refugees, paying specific attention to the needs of women and children, facilitating employment, ensuring education in their native language, and preserving the cultural ties of refugee children to their homeland. And I will give this draft ready to the Secretariat.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I give the floor now to Qatar for 2 minutes.
سأتحدث عن الآليات والتدابير.
Thank you, Ms. President. I will be talking about the mechanisms used in Qatar in order to fight human trafficking. Qatar gives great importance to fight human trafficking and promoted all the efforts in order to establish the legal ground and to support all the national, regional and international efforts to fight trafficking, human trafficking. In 2011, Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, head of Qatar, promulgated the law related to fighting human trafficking, encompassing a definition for human trafficking, a definition for the victims, and as well mentioning all the international conventions that we are abiding by and the punishments. A committee as well was created, affiliated to the Ministry of Interior, so it can work on implementing the law. And in 2017, a national committee to fight human trafficking was established according to the Decree 2017, and that to establish as well a plan in order to fight human trafficking and follow on the annual reports related to fighting human trafficking in the different cities of Qatar. And as well, this year, Mr. Mohammed Al-Ubaidi, responsible of the Work and Labor Authority in Qatar, to work hand in hand with the US ministries in order to fight as well this crime. And concerning the reports, I suggest to mention a timeline, especially everything related to the national strategies. Thank you. I give the floor now to Kenya. Kenya, the floor is yours.
And I'd like to appreciate our neighbor Rwanda for this wonderful hosting of this 145th IPU assembly. Kenya is one of the countries that hosts the highest number of refugees. We also have a large number of migrants and victims of human trafficking passing through our country. And I would like to commend the IPU and support the resolution that has been brought on this question. And I'd like to support and request that the language expressly prohibit racism that is one of the manifestations in the issue of migrants. We have noticed that migrants from African countries are treated as the scum of human race. We have also noticed that young girls who go into the Middle East are mistreated, sexually abused, subjected to physical abuse, including cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And we believe that only international cooperation can actually resolve this issue. It doesn't matter how good the law is in Kenya, if the receiving country does not have a law that protects the labor rights of those that come in, then our law is in futility. So we support and recommend that all members of IPU go back home and work on correct labor laws that protect all persons in their jurisdictions, including migrants, including refugees, including all foreigners who seek employment in their country. That is the only way we can deal with this, Madam Chair. I support. Thank you so much. والآن الكلمة.
I give the floor now to UN Women.
Woman.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Thank you very much, participants, for allowing me from UN Women to say a few words. These are some recommendations based on the Secretary General's most recent report on trafficking in women and girls, which was published in August. Here I'd just like to make 5 points. One, it is important to see trafficking in women and girls as recognizing it as a form of gender-based violence. And states should ensure that responses to crisis address the risk of trafficking for women and girls. I'm going to focus on trafficking in my remarks. When it comes to prevention and response, efforts by states to eliminate trafficking in women and girls in the long term should include measures which include addressing the demand that fosters sexual and other forms of exploitation by investing in education and community-based programs that challenge harmful social norms, male domination, and sexual entitlement. The measures should address the economic drivers and vulnerability factors that may push women and girls to seek risky opportunities. And the measures should strengthen the capacities of response teams in settings for internally displaced persons, refugees, and large migrants in order to better identify the potential victims. In the responses, it is essential to ensure that survivors of trafficking are given long-term, comprehensive reintegration support, including economic empowerment and psychological support, and asylum when they want it. It is essential to facilitate safe and orderly migration during crises, especially through the provision of temporary humanitarian and family reunification visas. Such efforts should not be limited only to nationals of the affected countries, but to all of those who are living in a crisis situation. On the issue of technology, it is important to look at the increasing role of technology, as others have mentioned, in facilitating trafficking. And finally, on the issue of data collection efforts should address the disaggregation. So ensure that we're looking at age, gender, disability, and other forms of disaggregation.
Thank you so much. والآن الكلمة
Floor now to BMNCH.
My name is Ulrika Carlson and I'm representing the Partnership for Maternal Newborn Child Health. I thank you for the opportunity to make an intervention on this important draft resolution. Migration, displacement and human trafficking all very much impact women, adolescents and children. In fact, even the most. Displaced women and children and in particular girls are particularly vulnerable to gender-based violence, poor reproductive health, unwanted pregnancies, and seriously negative outcomes on maternal health. In fact, the countries with the worst maternal mortality rates are all affected by conflict. The urgent need and the target action is needed to ensure the victims of violence, including women and girls, have access to essential health services, including mental health support. In this respect, it is important to note that half of the 1.4 billion people living in countries affected by crisis in fragile conditions are below 20 years of age. Adolescents require critical health services and sexual reproductive health services, including right-based interventions to prevent unwanted pregnancies and unsafe abortions. We therefore would like this resolution to be strengthened to include specific language on women, adolescents and children, with a focus on the urgent need for comprehensive sexual reproductive health and rights, adolescents' health and well-being, and mental health services. Members of Parliament have a critical role to play in ensuring that the health and well-being of women, children, and adolescents is prioritized in humanitarian emergencies. And we, the partnership, will be happy to continue the collaboration with the Forum of Women MPs and national parliamentarians. So thank you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
so much. Thank you. والآن دولة إيران
Iran is asking to respond to the command of Ukraine. 1 minute. So Iran is asking for the right to respond. The floor is yours. 1 minute.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The Islamic Republic of Iran, exercising its right of reply regarding the baseless allegations in the use of Iranian drones in Ukraine, and would like to refer to the following points. Since the beginning of the conflict, we have always announced our principled and clear policy on active impartiality and opposition to war, underlying the necessity of a political resolution to disputes between both sides and away from violence. Accordingly, over the past months, the Foreign Minister of Islamic Republic of Iran, in numerous meetings and contacts with his Russian and Ukrainian counterparts, has always reiterated the need for the resolution of disagreements in a peaceful manner and through talks, and has announced Iran's readiness to help this process. The principal position of Islamic Republic of Iran is based on arming and arming of any parties and aim to end of the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to close the
we reached the end of our discussion, dear colleagues. Allow me to thank you all for all your very important contributions. And now, myself and Ms. Bujilla will be working on summarizing the main points of our discussions. And Ms. Bujilla will be presenting a report related to, to our discussion during the afternoon period of of our forum, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. And thank you for this very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Chers collègues,
colleagues, your attention please. We are now going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is about a panel debate on gender-sensitive parliaments, parliaments free from sexism, harassment, and violence against women. Your attention, if you please. We are now going to begin our panel debate. colleagues, within the framework of the 10th anniversary of the action plan, or rather the plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments, we are now going to look at how we can bring about a culture of equality and zero tolerance when it comes to all forms of gender-based violence within our parliaments. I please would kindly ask everyone to remain quiet. This debate is very important for all of us. Because any parliament that allows violence against women foregoes its ability to be effective and representative and of serving a people in all of its diversity. So we would like to shed light here on policies and mechanisms to prevent and respond to sexism and gender-based violence in parliamentary spaces, and to have an exchange of experiences on various initiatives. Many of these initiatives are recent, so the objective of this panel debate is to learn from these experiences, including difficulties encountered, and to identify the best practices adopted amongst our various different parliaments to combat violence against women in parliaments, as well as parliamentary staff that are female. I'm very pleased to present to you our panelists who are going to open up our discussion. We have Mr. Martin Chungong, the Secretary General of the IPU, and a President of the International President Champions, Ms. Claudia Mix, the Second Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile, Ms. Jackie Dean, MP from New Zealand, Ms. Esther Anyakun, MP from Uganda, and a member of the ExCom, the Executive Committee of the IPU, Ms. Sarah Childs, a Professor of Gender Policy at the University of Edinburgh. Thank you to all of you for accepting our invitation. We are going to begin with our Secretary General to make some preliminary observations on how parliaments can become gender sensitive and why violence against women in parliaments is such a serious threat which risks jeopardizing our objectives. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you very much for giving me the floor to kick off this very important discussion on an issue that is very close to my heart. As I take the floor this afternoon, I am reminded of a question that a journalist put to me just after the inaugural ceremony. And they asked me, so what can the Inter-Parliamentary Union do to implement gender equality in the world? Can the IPU do something to implement gender equality in the world? I was pleased to answer that question with statistics, with an explanation of what we are doing in order to help parliaments implement the noble goal of gender equality. And the debate we are having this afternoon, I believe, is going to help us to understand how together we can implement gender equality in letter and in practice. And the instrument that we are discussing today is a very crucial one. We celebrate the 10th anniversary of the IPU Plan of Action on Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. This plan of action was adopted in Quebec City in 2012, and the unanimity with which it was elected testifies to its importance and priority that we give to ensuring gender equality. And so we see that 10 years down the road, a lot has gone under the bridge. There has been evidence that a lot has been achieved on the path to gender equality. But we have also to be lucid in stating that all has not been very smooth, and there are still formidable barriers to women's political participation and emancipation. And that is why we are here today. I must say that the IPU is proud to have been able to conceive an innovative concept of gender-sensitive parliaments and institutions that embody gender equality. And for us, such institutions are ones that in their functioning, in their composition, in their working methods, address the concerns of men and women in an equitable fashion for the benefit of all in society. And so with gender-sensitive parliaments, we have seen a shift from gender equality just being an agenda for women alone to one where men are increasingly involved in the implementation of gender equality. And the country where we are meeting today is an example of how men have been well involved in the deliberations of Parliament when it comes to gender equality. Madam Speaker, Madam President of this meeting, I believe I am not mistaken when I say that the Forum of Rwandan Women Parliamentarians is not an association or a caucus of just women, but also male champions of gender equality. Is that correct, Madam President? Yes. So you are showing the light that men can and should be involved in the forefront of the gender equality discussion. So today, when we talk about gender equality, we are talking about men and women. I don't see many men in this room, but when you had your inaugural sitting earlier on, we did see many men in this room. So welcome to those male champions of gender equality. So for us, we think that gender-sensitive parliaments are parliaments where there is a safe environment where women can feel really safe and feel respected as they contribute to the deliberations of Parliament. We consider gender-sensitive parliaments as a place where women parliamentarians have to be, want to be. So one of the foremost preconditions for a gender-sensitive parliament is zero tolerance towards sexism and gender-based violence. Parliaments ought to be places where sexist language or behavior is not tolerated, where gender-based violence cannot and should not exist or prosper in any form. You have all read the concept note where it has been explained that we have come a long way since 10 years ago, and sexual harassment policies for staff and MPs at the time 10 years ago were not a common feature of parliamentary processes, but today they have become a prominent feature of parliaments, and especially gender-sensitive parliaments. And for us in the Inter-Parliamentary Union, we, of course, preach gender equality. We preach zero tolerance for sexism, sexual harassment, but we want to help parliaments become gender sensitive, become zero tolerance institutions for sexism. And that is why one of the prongs of action of the IPU has been to carry out research to understand better the phenomenon of sexism and sexual harassment of parliamentarians. And the figures and findings of our studies are very edifying, disconcerting. In 2016, we initiated those series of studies, and we realized that the phenomenon of sexism and harassment, violence against women parliamentarians is more prevalent than we had thought. And just to give you a few examples, when we did the study in Europe, we found out that more than 85% of the women MPs surveyed had faced psychological violence in Parliament. In Africa, we did this study in 2021, it showed that close to 40% of women MPs surveyed were sexually harassed. The worldwide study revealed that 25% of the women MPs surveyed had faced physical violence, and that 33% of them suffered from economic violence. The situation is compounded when it comes to people who are suffering additional, I would say, violence on account of their vulnerability. And it has been proven that the intersectionality of gender-based violence, we have realized that parliamentarians living with disabilities, young women parliamentarians, unmarried women, and women from minority groups are more prone to sexism, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence. And that is why we also think that it is important to address the specific challenges these categories are facing, just as we need to take into consideration the political, I would say, background of the women concerned, because our statistics also show that women from the political opposition are more prone to gender-based violence than their colleagues in the ruling parties. Lastly, we just want to point out that gender-based violence, violence against women parliamentarians, occurs mostly within the precincts of Parliament, and I'm sorry, maybe I'm ashamed to say this, the culprits are most often male colleagues of the members of Parliament. We have made the point time and time and again that this type of violence, this type of harassment and sexism discourages women from contributing to political life. I have attended meetings where I have seen a woman parliamentarian from Canada who broke down, wept, because she had been subject to violence, online violence, and she threatened to quit politics altogether. So this is real. This is a real barrier. We need not emphasize the fact that gender-based violence against women in a way hampers the reputation and image of Parliament. And so I think that when we talk about gender-based violence, we need to come up with guidelines, we need to come up with mechanisms that would help us address this in a very straightforward way. Today, 5 years into the Me Too movement, it is no longer possible to tolerate silence and taboos on violence against women. So, members of IPU, members of Parliament, we are here today to encourage you to mobilize your Parliament so that they become more gender sensitive and take on the issue of violence against women parliamentarians, sexism, sexual harassment, and make sure that we find solutions to this. And that is why, as I said earlier, we have developed guidelines in the IPU, and those guidelines are very simple. They are intended to encourage all of us to carry out an assessment of the situation in each of our parliaments, adopt specific policies to end sexism and gender-based violence, provide assistance and support services to victims. We realized in our study that violence against women in general is underreported because the victims do not trust the mechanisms that are in place to address effectively their complaints. And that is why we think it is important to put in place independent complaints mechanisms, implement disciplinary sanctions, and raise awareness as well as run training programs. Because sometimes the male colleagues may not be aware that what they are doing or what they are saying is not appropriate in terms of parliamentary behavior. So we at the IPU want to be, to preach, or rather to do what we preach. We want to walk the talk. And that is why at this assembly, you will see during the Governing Council on Saturday that we are proposing a policy for addressing gender, or rather harassment, including sexual harassment during IPU assemblies and events. This is very important, that the IPU should be seen and its assembly should be seen as an environment that displays zero tolerance for any form of sexism, harassment, or gender-based violence. I am pleased that many parliaments are going down this route. Regional parliamentary organizations also are working in this regard, and I believe that there is a coalition of the willing that we can develop together. I want to commend the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. It has launched its Not in My Parliament campaign, and recently I was humbled by the experience of the Speaker of the Slovenian Parliament, who had come in for sexist remarks and attitudes from the media on account of her attire. And so she has sparked what we call the Red Shoes movement. This is a movement that we want to embrace because we think that it is important to judge women on the basis of their substantive contribution to the governance and not on the basis of what they wear or what they look like. Let me just, in conclusion, address you as, Madam Chair, you referred to me as the chair of the Global Board of the International Gender Champions. And there, I have been very, maybe many of you don't know what the International Gender Champions is. It is a coalition, a network of leaders of international organizations, diplomatic envoys, and representatives of civil society who have come together to work towards making their institutions gender-friendly, which means that we have to, as institutions, be seen to be gender-sensitive. And as chair of that global board of the International Gender Champions, I have been very strict when it comes to implementing the pledges that govern that network. There are two pledges. One, the gender parity pledge, which means that we don't tolerate panels or discussions that do not involve men and women. I'm a little bit embarrassed because I realize that this panel in which I am participating is not very gender balanced. There are not many men sitting, not enough men sitting at this table. My colleagues know that ordinarily I would not accept to participate in such a panel if I were not sure that we had equal numbers of men and women. But of course, this is the IPU, we can be tolerant. And the second pledge is to fight against gender-based violence, and that is what I've explained to you. I must say with a lot of pride that the practices of the IPU that we have developed over the years have become the linchpin for the work of other international organizations who are adopting our policies and our practices, including the practice of ensuring that delegations coming to the IPU are gender balanced. I am sorry I took that long to make these introductory remarks, but that is the advantage of being the first to speak, right? You can eat into the time of others. But I thought it was very important for me to come across with this message that institutionally the IPU is behind you in what you are doing. We are not paying lip service to gender equality. We are there to help you make your parliaments gender sensitive. And it has been proven that gender sensitive parliaments are more efficient than ones that are blind to gender equality. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. It was very important to take the time to bring to the table the importance of tackling these problems and having the specific ingredients that are necessary to eliminate violence against women in parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received 27 requests to take the floor. I would have to apologize that we will have to stop taking requests to take the floor, because as you will no doubt be aware, our time is almost up, while we still have more meetings after this session, so I would have to apologize. Before moving on to Madame Claudia Mix, I would like to show a video on sexual harassment within work that has been carried out by the Chamber of Deputies from Mexico.
Acoso y hostigamiento sexual.
Gender equality.
El agresor se expresa en conductas verbales, físicas o de connotación sexual o lasciva.
Verbal, physical, or
¿Qué
sexual
conductas son
connotation?
acoso u hostigamiento sexual?
What conducts
Insultos,
are
observaciones,
sexual harassment?
bromas
Insults,
e insinuaciones
observations,
de carácter
jokes,
sexual.
insinuations.
Manoseos, roces, pellizcos,
These could
palmadas,
be groping, or
apretones de
touching,
carácter
or
sexual.
pinching,
Forzar a
squeezing,
besar a alguien.
forcing someone
Mostrar,
to
exhibir o
kiss,
pedir fotografías o
sexual
mensajes
messages.
sexuales.
Propagar rumores sexuales.
Also
Para presentar
spreading
una
sexual
solicitud de
rumors,
atención por actos de violencia,
and you
acoso,
can
hostigamiento sexual o
present
laboral, acude a la
submit
Unidad
a
para la
complaint
Igualdad de
to
Género
this
de la Cámara de
unit for
Diputados.
gender equality.
Edificio C, tercer piso, al interior de la Biblioteca Legislativa.
Puedes contactarnos también en el correo unidad.igualdad.género
and contact the following address.
Acoso y hostigamiento sexual.
El agresor se
Thank you very much to the Mexican Chamber of Deputies. I would like to now invite Ms. Claudia Mix to present the protocol to prevent sexual harassment in the Chamber of Deputies of Chile. This protocol was implemented. We will talk about the implementation of this protocol. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to greet the table here from the IPU, the chairperson from Rwanda, the Secretary General of the IPU, and all of the delegations of parliamentarians who are present here in the Forum of Women Parliamentarians for this 34th session. In the Chamber, we are very interested in taking part in this forum. We have, there's been 210 years of history from our Chamber of Deputies. We had 55, it started with 55 women and many more men. And in 1990 until now, we have only had 4 parliamentarians presiding the Chamber of Deputies. Since 1998, we created a group to promote gender equality within the Parliament. And in 2019, we created a group to tackle sexual harassment within our chamber. And we have brought this protocol, so you have paper copies in 3 different languages, and you can really take this away with you and share it with various different delegations who might be interested in reading the protocol and taking tips away from it. In this period, from 2022 to 26, we have really increased the participation to 35.48% of women parliamentarians within the Parliament. We are working hard to reach parity as in line with our constitution. And I would like to tell you that for the first time in our country, in the history of Chile, we have a transgender parliamentarian. This is a matter of great pride for us to have this participation and representation within our parliament. I don't want to speak for too long, but I would like to say that under our vice presidency, we have carried out a study. We are completing this now about the last 20 years within our parliament on in advances on matters of gender. This will be published on the 8th of March as a book for members of our parliament. We really want to stress the advances and the progress that we have made within our parliament, and we hope to bring it to the next Forum of Women Parliamentarians to share it with you. I would like to thank this opportunity for sharing our experiences from Chile, and we are very proud to say that we have a government that is feminist and that is made up of 14 women ministers out of the government of 28. And I'm just very delighted to share this experience from Chile. Thank you very much.
Madame Mix.
Madame Mix, for sharing your experience. I would now like to invite Ms. Jackie Dean to present her presentation on good conduct at work within the parliaments, which has been passed by New Zealand. And it will be interesting for us to understand how this has been carried out from a programme of work that is wider within the New Zealand Parliament on sexual harassment and tackling harassment within the Parliament of New Zealand. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. The New Zealand Parliament does have a problem with sexual harassment and bullying. This problem goes unseen to the majority of MPs and those who work within the parliamentary precinct, but its impact on an individual who has been the subject of sexual harassment or bullying is profound. I know this because it has happened to me at times in the past. So, our Parliament in 2019, under the Speaker, commissioned an independent review of bullying and sexual harassment within the Parliament workplace. Many people were spoken to. This work was undertaken by a King's Council, a woman called Debbie Francis. Many members of Parliament and women mostly who worked within the Parliament were spoken to, interviewed, gave their views. Out of that work, 85 recommendations for addressing the issues of harassment and sexual violence and bullying, 85 recommendations were produced. So the Speaker formed a subcommittee, which I chair as an Assistant Speaker in the Parliament. The subcommittee works across Parliament, it works collaboratively, and it works very cohesively to address all of those recommendations. So a number of those recommendations have already been implemented and accepted. For example, we are providing a greater range of pastoral care and support to women. There is a no, women must feel free to make a complaint, or any person to make a complaint in the Parliament. And a number of these recommendations are aimed at making it easier for women to make a complaint and get the care that they seek and they need. We also, as part of this work, developed a behaviour statement for the New Zealand Parliament. The most significant recommendation of all was the need to establish an independent commissioner for complaints involving MPs. So that behaviour statement sets out clear expectations, and it has been mentioned already, and I'm sure we'll hear it again, clear expectations for how we behave towards each other while still allowing for free speech within Parliament. However, the behaviour statement has no consequences within it for bad behaviour by MPs, and that has been the limit of the behaviour statement. So in 2022, that was just earlier this year, most parties across the New Zealand Parliament, bar one, agreed to the adoption of an independent commissioner for parliamentary standards. This person's role, and the role that the person that has filled that role is a former Auditor General and very well regarded. So the role of the Parliamentary Commissioner is to receive complaints from people who have been subject to victimisation, harassment, and where they haven't felt satisfied by the existing mechanisms that we have in our Parliament. So this Commissioner is empowered to undertake a thorough investigation. It is all done in confidence, obviously, to protect those people making a complaint. If resolution can be found through mediation or other members, then that is a success. If mediation cannot be found and the person who complains is still suffering and is not satisfied, then the Commissioner can make a report to Parliament. It will be, you all aware, it would be a report that is tabled into the House of Representatives and could include the name of the MP who is involved. So you can only imagine that there are some pretty severe consequences for that person. Finally, I just want to talk briefly about our broader work program and the work we are still to do. The point I would make is that leadership from the leader of each party is critical to this work. If the leader of the party does not support the work being undertaken, it will surely fail. So that is the most critical part in my view. We are already providing for bullying and harassment training to MPs. The big parties in New Zealand, there are 2 big parties, that training is compulsory for MPs. There needs to be done more, and there will be more. There needs to be a wider delivery of leadership training for MPs, both when they are inducted into Parliament and also as part of MPs' continuing professional development. We are moving on now to consider a review into the employment relationship between MPs, parliamentary services and the individual. We also need to have a very close look at the role of the media, the press gallery and the media, and the role that they play within the parliamentary precinct and the contributions that they can and do make to the incidences of bullying and harassment of people who work in the parliament, including MPs. I would love to hear your ideas of how we can bring the press and the press gallery, those resident in the parliament, into this regime of accountability, because at the moment they are sidestepping that responsibility, and that is something I should and would like us to give serious consideration to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very useful information and very pertinent as well, Madame Dean. Before continuing, I would like to ask, dear colleagues, I would like to excuse Mr. Secretary General, who has other activities he has to attend. Mr. Secretary General, you are excused, and we would like to thank you for your presence here with you. I would now like to turn to my dear colleague, Madame Esther Anyakun, who is going to inform us on actions within the Parliament of Uganda to eliminate all forms of violence towards women parliamentarians and women staff within the Parliament. You have the floor. Thank you.
Colleagues, if you know you're under this roof, especially our leaders of parliament, the speakers, and you're conducting business in your house while responding to the needs of both and the interest of men and women in your parliament, the composition of both women and men, the operations in your parliaments, the methods and the works, then you know you are a gender-sensitive parliament. You congratulate yourself for that. With the Ugandan perspective, a study was commissioned by the Uganda Women's Parliamentarian Association, and this conducted by the Parliamentary Department of Research. It unearthed the truth that the gender specific challenges and factors that affect women members of parliament, of course, were existing in the parliament. And that means these issues were really giving them difficulties in executing their legislative duties within the context of sexism, harassment, and violence. The female parliamentarians indicated in this research, and they said it's true, sexism, abuse of power, and violence against women in parliament exists. So that means it is real, and it affects the performance of members of parliament in Uganda. Under the Uganda Parliamentary Rules of Regulations and Procedures, Rule 157, it makes mandatory for the Speaker to ensure that at least 40% of the leaders of the committees are women. And in the 10th Parliament, that's the previous Parliament, for example, 16 out of the 41 leadership positions were available, were occupied by women, representing at least 40% threshold of the leadership of parliament. Parliament Commission, that's a body tasked to administer parliamentary administration. Out of the 7 members, we have 3 of them who are women, and these are occupied by women, with the speaker being the female at the helm of the commission. The gender-sensitive trainings are spearheaded by Parliament in the perspective of Uganda, Parliament organizes specific trainings, courses aimed at preventing appropriate conduct and also harassment and promoting respectful professional relations at workplace. These results can be credited to the Uganda Women Parliamentarians Association, we call it UOPA, that has endeavored to ensure gender parity in the legislative processes. Training is geared to preventing harassment, to provide to all staff members and to enable them to recognize, prevent, and also combat physiological and sexual harassment. Managers are also given similar training, especially those who are managing departments in Parliament, so that they can prevent and also tackle psychological and sexual harassments within their teams. It makes deliberate steps on having women in leadership position. Under the Uganda parliamentary leadership, in a democracy, Parliament must be able to be a model institution at all levels and also place of work where women and men could fulfill their duties on all equal footing. This is important for the effectiveness of the institution, for the image of Parliament in the eyes of the public, and for the model it can play in achieving equality in society. Parliament ought to be places that meet the requirements of both men and women in the way they run and also structured, and where women are not only can work but also want to work. They should be family-friendly environments where men and women find that their needs to live as well as to work are considered. They also ought to be places where sexist language or behavior is not tolerated at all. Being sensitive to gender makes Parliament effective, efficient, and legitimate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this intervention, Madame Esther Anyakun. I would now like to invite Ms. Sarah Childs to give a presentation about changing the culture within Parliament and to promote zero tolerance as regards to violence against women in parliaments. You have the floor.
So little I can't actually see the screen over the top of this podium, which tells you something sometimes about gender insensitivities if sometimes women are smaller than men. But anyway, I'd like to first of all thank everybody here today for inviting me and listening to me, an independent academic who's done gender and diversity sensitive work, to offer you some reflections on a report and my lessons I learned from undertaking this independent survey, study and set of recommendations from the British House of Commons. I, of course, looked at the composition of Parliament, parliamentary infrastructure and parliamentary culture. Now, why does this matter in the context of the development of codes of conduct, of specific rules about sexual harassment, gendered bullying, abuse, violence against women? These need to be created, established. They need strong sanctions, as we've heard. But they address the failure. They address when the rules and the norms have been broken. And parliaments as institutions have a responsibility to reduce the prevalence of such abuse. So if abuse and violence and bullying is at one end of the spectrum, we also must deal with the microaggressions, the everyday incidences that women and minorities put up with in their institutions day in and day out. And so I want to draw your attention to parliamentary infrastructure and parliamentary culture. It is about making the House feel inclusive so that MPs and staff from diverse backgrounds feel like they belong. Because when you feel that the House, your Parliament, cares for you, if something happens, you will have the confidence to call out that behaviour and to use those very important, critical complaints procedures. So when I was a young academic talking to a member of the British House of Commons and he started rubbing his leg and by so doing rubbing mine, I didn't say anything. I left, but I didn't know what to do. And today in the British House of Commons, I would, because the leaflets talking about this would be in the toilets, so even visitors to the British House of Commons would know about the policies. So why parliamentary culture and infrastructure? We don't often think about how buildings might affect behaviour, but we should. It is about the buildings and the furniture. It's about the wider facilities that support the work that MPs do and their staff do. It's assumptions about what working in parliaments are like, what conditions one must just put up with, what counts as sufficient accommodation to the ways of working, about behaviour, expectations, assumptions about others. Many of you will have seen images of the House of Commons, particularly Prime Minister's questions. It's usually very full. There are not enough seats for all of our MPs, for about 420 odd. We have 650. In my view, that puts people at risk. It leaves MPs at the mercy of their colleagues. They are literally touching each other. And what of the MP, in this instance a pregnant MP, in the wheelchair? If there's more than one, where will they sit? Will they be lined up in the middle of the institution? So the kind of principles that inform my analysis include a criticism of parliaments as total institutions, where you effectively live there, you have late nights, you talk about the village culture, the Westminster Village in the UK. We need to turn to relations between the political and administrative side of the House. The idea of co-professionalism, not one of service and hierarchy, but of people in parliaments working together to produce the most effective and strong institutions, of mutual respect, of boundaries, of interdependent but nonetheless more horizontal relationships. So I don't like to see spaces reserved for some people and not others, unless it's absolutely necessary. These are some of the recommendations from my report that would support and speak to those principles that I think gender-sensitive parliaments should enact, should embody: organic institutions, co-professionalism, a demarcation between the parliamentary day and the life beyond the parliament. I won't take you through those, Zaina will be pleased to know, because I know she's asked me to speak for a little bit less. But it's about questioning the why a parliament works the way it does. And here the IPU's gender-sensitive framework is absolutely critical to helping you criticise the practices that sometimes are the preferences of members, but may not be good for the institution overall. So when, for example, you might see on this slide the idea of redesigning identity passes like these. This comes from the real-life experiences of young, and particularly young black British women MPs, being questioned for being in the wrong lift or in the wrong part of the building. A simple change where their right to be present, because their ID card does not just fall the wrong way and they get asked because of those ingrained assumptions about who belongs, who has a right to be in a particular space. That's just one small example. If you add up all of these little practical changes that can be made, parliaments will feel very different, will change, and most importantly for the topic of today's discussion, will support those who experience offensive behaviour, sexist behaviour, misogyny, violence, abuse and bullying, to have the confidence to take up and use the codes of conduct, the sanctions, the independent complaints procedures that I hope more and more parliaments around the world will develop. And I'm so pleased that the IPU is championing this cause. So thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much for this enlightening and inspiring presentation. I would like to remind you that there will be an exhibition about awareness-raising mechanisms designed by various different parliaments to prevent and combat against sexism and harassment against women in parliaments. I invite you to visit this exhibition, which is located just outside the entrance of this room, in front of room MH2, which is located at the end of the corridor. Colleagues, here is a PowerPoint montage, which gathers 9 different tools provided by parliaments and other institutions for what they use to combat this problem. So we'd like to thank them rather, for their contributions. Thank you very much. I was going to ask you to give a round of applause to thank Zaina's group who put together this presentation, so thank you once again. Colleagues, we are now going to move on to the exchange and reflection on concrete experiences. You are invited to respond to the following questions. In what is violence or sexism against women? How does it affect your work in this institution? Violence against women. Is this a taboo subject in your parliament? What initiatives have been undertaken so far in your parliament to fight against sexism, harassment, and violence against female parliamentarians or female staff in parliaments? What preventative measures have been undertaken to your knowledge within your parliament? Has the culture changed in your parliament? Has it had an effect on the fight against sexism, harassment and violence against women in parliaments? Now, I had said that there were 27 delegations who wanted to take the floor and to share information on these questions. I will then therefore give 2 minutes, no more, to each speaker. So I would like to ask each speaker to present themselves, introduce themselves with their name and their country. I have here a request to speak from South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable members, the results of the studies undertaken by the Inter-Parliamentary Union in 2016 and 2021 on sexism, harassment and violence against women parliamentarians clearly demonstrate the pervasive and deep-seated nature of the regressive patriarchal norms and values that seek to determine women's place and role in society. The eradication of patriarchy needs all forces of society, more so because it coexists and survives under the most progressive political systems. It is one of the most complex and entrenched systems in our society that is embedded in and permeated through all spheres of life, and has been demonstrated by the IPU report. It is also a functional component in many legislatures around the globe. These acts are meant to silence and discredit us as women and must be recognized as an indictment to the advancement of gender equality, particularly in legislatures, which are supposed to be spaces that embody the values of freedom and equality before the law, particularly the policies and laws that we as parliamentarians also participate in crafting. These acts must be effectively criminalized and reinforced through the harsher sections against perpetrators of misogyny, harassment, and sexism. It also requires the establishment of strong and effectively responsive policies, structures, and mechanisms in our parliaments, including in our political parties. Furthermore, the rules of our parliaments must also be accordingly strengthened in order to make provision for the inclusion of gender-sensitive rules to govern all parliamentary proceedings, stipulating harsh sanctions against perpetrators. We must hence urgently proceed to review our parliamentary immunity rules to ensure that they don't afford MPs immunity from prosecution for sexual harassment, violence against women, and related matters. We need to create the appropriate mechanisms to report.
Thank you. Vos 2 minutes sont finies.
2 minutes are up. I now will give the floor to Argentina. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We need to incorporate a new perspective that hasn't been tackled, which I would like to put forward with regards to the subject that we spoke of earlier, and that is the economic dimension when it comes to issues related to human trafficking, particularly of women and girls, and of course eradicating violence. So what exactly does it mean to incorporate the economic dimension? Well, when we talk about human trafficking, particularly that of women, we are talking about criminal organizations that act independently of other criminal organizations. I'm talking here about corruption, drug trafficking, and money laundering. So it is very important to not be naive and innocent when it comes to such serious problems, because it is necessary to incorporate the economic aspect of crime relating to issues that victimize women. And in the same vein, when we talk about tasks that need to be or measures rather, that need to be undertaken in our parliaments, we need to be gender sensitive, and we need to also minimize obstacles for women. And once again here, we need to incorporate the economic dimension. There isn't any policy for women empowerment if we do not have budgets. Without this, we will not have gender equality. If we do not look at how economic adjustments or allocations of these budgets can affect women, then we won't make progress. 80% of women do the care work at home, and they live in very precarious situations, particularly when they join the labour market. So this is why it is essential that we take into account the economic perspective, the economic dimension of all of these issues regarding women. Thank you. The floor now goes to the Japanese delegation.
Japan.
Thank you. I'm a member of the House of Representatives, member Takako Suzuki. This year, we as Japan's House of Representatives conducted a survey using the self-assessment toolkit created by the IPU to evaluate the current state of gender equality in our diet. One of our findings was that there's a perception gap between male and female diet members regarding gender sensitivity. This is illustrated by 56.7% of male members responding that the female representation in the diet is currently insufficient, as compared to the 84.6% of female members felt that way. My hope is that with the help of this and the variety of other data, male and female diet members will be able to free themselves of preconceived notions and work together to engage in deeper discussions aimed at achieving gender equality. And my pregnancy actually highlighted for me the challenges that minority face. Some people actually claim that carrying a child while serving in office was a direct dereliction of my duties, or that it meant that I had given up on my career. Inspired by this my own experience, I have advocated for the introduction of proxy or remote voting system to exercise their voting rights when pregnant or even when giving birth. The reason that I continue to use my voice in this way is not simply to pursue rights for female diet members. It is because when we exercise our rights, our constituents who sent us to represent them in the political forum are able to exercise theirs. So, as a female diet member, I intend to continue to advance such efforts by Japan from my position in our parliament and to do so in solidarity with all of you from around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. La parole va à...
Floor now goes to the Islamic Republic of Iran.
La délégation n'est pas là.
Delegation not there. You have the floor.
رحمان الرحیم. امروزه علیرغم پیشرفت جوامع هنوز معضل خشونت وجدانها را می‌آزارد و به عنوان یک مسئله حاد اجتماعی خشونت مدرن با مصادیق جدیدی مطرح گردیده است. بخش گسترده‌ای از خشونت علیه زنان به دلایل مختلف از جمله ناآگاهی، مسئولیت از مجازات و خجالت از افشای خشونت گزارش نشده باقی می‌ماند.
Excusez-nous.
Very sorry, but there is a problem with the interpreting. What is going on?
So there are effects of violence, vivid and manifestations exist in this society. So the most important way to provide help to women is the fact that we help and protect them against sexual violence and sexual abuse. So the role of government is very important because they have to create mechanisms in order to fight with this. So most of the victims are under investigations, and at the same time they have to work. So we as member of the parliament should start and focus on the ways to pave the way for fighting against discrimination and abuse when it comes to women. So NGOs have a very important role to play and at the same time in the society they have to do their best in order to provide help when it comes to the important formation and institution of a family. So this is a very important notion.
Thank you very much. We now move to the Council of Europe, to Austria, sorry.
Yes, I would like to share not the experience of Austria, but the experience of the Council of Europe, of the Parliamentary Assembly from the Council of Europe, enshrining Iceland and Azerbaijan.
Sorry, if you're not going to speak on behalf of your parliament, then we will give you the floor after the following speakers.
Maintenant, la Grèce.
And Greece.
Thank you. In few words, gender equality is an essential key to the success. So, I strongly support United Nations Deputy Secretary's words. Women's equal participation and leadership is a matter of justice and the realization of human rights, and an issue of effectiveness. No global problem can be solved without the contributions of half the world's people. But sexism and violence against women in parliament hold back women's success to leadership positions and impair their ability to fulfill their elected mandate. Equal participation of women and getting positions of political leadership and decision-making at all levels are fundamental for gender equality and to have a real democracy. Women parliamentarians must empower the laws and every aspect in the parliament with a gender dimension. The past 2 centuries have been marked by struggles for women for equality, with access to voting and education being prominent examples of what women have achieved in most of the world. But now, in Europe also, and general in all the world, we have the number of femicides which increases dramatically in the wake of the COVID-related restrictions measures. Femicide emerges as a deeply rooted society issue that requires our immediate attention and action. As parliamentarians, we have to act now. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Egypt.
شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة.
For giving me the floor. Women in Egypt is facing violence in many aspects of their lives, regardless of their political or educational status. And violence and sexism against women in the political sphere have an impact on democracy and undermine the right of women to participate completely in the political life and express their opinion and reach high-level decision-making positions. Dear colleagues, in order to find a solution for that, we need to work seriously and start by discussing and spreading awareness regarding this issue that is very important for democracy. And it is very important that parliaments are gender sensitive and take into account the interests of women and men in the field of its composition, structure, methodology, and work. Parliaments need as well to increase the participation and encourage the participation of women and promulgate laws regarding to violence against women in the political sphere. Dear all, protecting women from violence at all levels is something or an issue that the Egyptian government is taking seriously into account, and the recent constitution took into account the importance of protecting women from all aspects and types of violence and incriminating violence, and all that was stated in our constitution. The latest amendment was the law 2021, and here the sanction states that all the perpetrators should be incriminated. And it is very important to mention that sexism is something taken into consideration, especially in the political sphere, and that the Egyptian parliament is asking women to raise their voices and is supporting women and is supporting all parliamentarians and staff and member staff.
Your 2 minutes are up. I now give the floor to the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you, Madam. I would first like to express my honour to be here in Rwanda, where progress has triumphed and where women have been prioritised. Thank you. I would like to remind you all that when it comes to violence against women and harassment in parliaments, that violence against women is indissociable from violence in general in public spaces, whether this be at home or elsewhere. But when we speak of parliaments, I want to talk about political violence. In Morocco, for example, we have made a lot of progress when it comes to female political representation. 26% of us are women in parliament, 86 of us. But we still feel injustice when it comes to representation in parliament. And this is despite a partisan feminist movement that is very engaged in Morocco. This is why I would also like to speak about another phenomenon, which is that of cultural constraints. We, as parliaments, must act and work against cultural constraints, regardless of the culture, regardless of the differences. Culture that is opposed to female leadership is wrong, and we as parliamentarians need to work on this. And perhaps we need to look at a cultural revolution to overthrow this, which is causing problems. We are still facing problems of a power distribution between men and women, and that is why today I launch an appeal to women parliamentarians, and of course men parliamentarians as well, to work on the cultural aspect so that we can have this intellectual revolution that will help us live in a world that is fairer and where our performance and skills will be fairly recognised. Thank you. Thank you. We now move on to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to add my voice on this debate. I would like to speak on the 2021 study conducted by the IPU in collaboration with the APU on sexism, harassment, violence against women in parliaments in Africa. I do concur with most of the findings in that study. In Zimbabwe, we have observed that there are instances where some male legislators say words that demean or offensive to women during parliamentary debates. This has an effect of discouraging women from participating effectively in debates that take place in the House. This can be attributed to the fact that Zimbabwe, like many African countries, is a patriarchal society where women's voices are often muzzled in key decision-making events, whether at family, society, or national level. In order to protect women legislators and female staffers of parliament, I do agree with the following recommendations of the said report that parliament should, 1, put in place internal policies to combat sexism and sexual harassment. In Zimbabwe, discussions are underway in addition to the national gender policy, craft a sexual harassment policy.
To create a confidential space where victims can get counseling. This is a noble idea, and as Parliament of Zimbabwe, we have an institutional gender focal person as well as gender focal persons in each and every department to respond to gender issues, including sexual harassment or sexism. 3, create a mechanism for receiving complaints. Parliament of Zimbabwe is a complaint receiving mechanism in every department, which allows members and staff to raise any complaints that may arise at the institution. In conclusion, I would like to point out that it is important for women legislators and staffers to be empowered with the knowledge of their legal rights. At the same time, Parliament should put in place mechanisms to ensure that women parliamentarians and staff get redress whenever the rights are violated. I thank you.
Thank you. The floor now goes to Benin. Thank you very much. I am Madame Baba Moussa. I'm from the National Assembly of Benin and part of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. On this subject, I would like to say that Benin has shown a political will to change and to reduce inequalities towards women and to support gender equality. We have put in place structures through laws, and I can cite, for example, the law, the modification of Article 26 of the Constitution for positive discrimination and a quota of 24% of places for women parliamentarians in the next elections for next year in 2023. And we have been tackling sexual harassment and violence towards women. And we have also created, there is a specific law, the law against crimes committed to do with gender, and this law is not, it works to protect women. And we have a will of the Republic of Benin to create an Institute of Women to take care of and tackle various different types of violence committed towards women. The problem of sexism and harassment is clear, and I would like to say that often we see psychological, moral and economic violence as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Thailand. You have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, I am Thilarat from Thailand. Let me congratulate the success of IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments, which has been applying as a guide in many parliaments for 10 years. In Thailand, we have specific legal instruments to protect women in parliament. Both House of the Representatives and the Senate have issued a code of conduct of members of the House of Representatives, members of the Senate and its committees members. The provisions therein have been set out the standards of expected behavior of the members. Code of conduct of member of the House of Representatives and member of the committee is effective in 2020, even though the code does not explicitly stipulate the sexual harassment, but there are some provisions applied to the case. This provision wrote that member and committee member shall respect the right and liberties of others, shall not make any inappropriate remarks nor gestures in an insulting, contemptuous, sarcastic, or defamatory manner, and shall not discuss any false statements in the sitting or any other places, and shall not also, the Parliamentary Commission on Ethics of both chambers are established to examine individual complaints submitted by the MPs, person, or any state agency accusing a member of the House violate any provision including all forms of sexual harassment. In such case, may be submitted to the National Anti-Corruption Commission for further.
Very much. We will now move on to, thank you, we will now move on to Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you. The legislative reform on gender parity are essential to change the platform in terms of women and to consolidate a real democracy in the world. In the case of Mexico, these changes, constitutional changes that are illegal, have made it the second country in Latin America to make it a parliament that has more women than men within the parliament, and it has sanctions for the breaching of this gender policy. Specifically, women in Mexico and in the world have taken on international laws to really support our rights, in our political rights. The laws in all of these countries, consolidating these laws, would be guaranteeing the rights of these women. Also, there is a deficit of access to justice within political justice for women. They are not submitting complaints for the injustices that these women receive. And also in tribunals and in courts, they do not have women, and they are allowing impunity for crimes on this type of violence against women. With these legislative reforms and before actions, we need to take concrete actions to increase the participation and leadership of women. However, each demand for political space for women, and this is facing obstacles, and we are moving backwards in terms of our demands. So it is really important that the women who take part in politics around the world, we have to make sure that we don't move backwards on our rights and making further gains for women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now hear from the delegation from Mozambique.
Muito obrigada pela permissão.
For allowing me to speak, Madam Chairperson. Issues regarding sexism, harassment and violence against women are becoming more and more important in society. The vision we have of women is no longer what it was, just like an aid. But what conditions these visions is the power that the other part, the man, has over the other side. So in many cases, because of war or employment, people are subject to inhumane violation situations, and therefore this may happen in different ways. One of them where the aggressor may lower down the other one without feeling guilty. This is moral perversion. Now, the reinforcement of the legislation should be a priority in zero tolerance against sexism, harassment and violence against women. But also the sanctions should be revised, not just sensitization actions. That will not solve the problem. We must make sure that men feel the legal pressure so as not to practice those brutalities. So this should come from above because they are the ones that have more information than the lower classes that lack information. The major challenge in our society as regards violence against women has to do with cultural questions. We must rethink some of these cultural values and look at people like people and not with gender discrimination. Finally, if we want to have a country free of social disasters like violence, we must educate men from childhood so that it can look at the others as people and not just as objects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will hand the floor to Vietnam. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Gender-sensitive parliaments are parliaments that respond to the needs and interests of both men and women in its structure, operation methods, and in its work. Gender-sensitive parliaments removes the barriers to women's full participation and offer equalities between men and women members. Vietnam highly appreciates the active role of IPU over the years in protecting and promoting human rights, assisting member parliaments in enhancing cooperations, exchange experiences, and offering solutions to promote gender equality and put an end to the violence against women. And Vietnam attaches the great importance to gender equalities and the advancements of women. The National Assembly of Vietnam encourages women to participate in politics and actively increases its national proportion of women parliamentarians with the current numbers of 30.26%. And the National Assembly also focuses on building laws related to gender issues to ensure and promote gender equalities and women empowerment, and at the same time, to review and eliminate gender-biased content and regulations. The National Assembly also focuses on the implementing regulations on examining and mainstreaming the gender equalities issue in law and ordinance development program, and also in projects submitted to National Assembly for approval. In particular, with the global creating the Forum for Women Parliaments to meet and exchange the shared experience, we have established the Women Parliamentary groups in the 12th legislature and has continued to operate in the 13th, 14th, and 15th at the current.
Merci beaucoup. La délégation du.
Very much. We invite the delegation of Pakistan to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Wajiha and I'm Member Parliament from Pakistan. Pakistan has been luckier than most nations since our political glass ceiling was broken relatively earlier. We have had trailblazing women at the forefront of our politics. However, that's not to say that they had it easy. Today, we have a 17% proportional quota for women in parliament, and that doesn't mean that there is a bar on women running for office for general elections. And then about the efforts being done by the Pakistani parliament addressing harassment issues, we have the Parliament of Pakistan has passed 3 major acts in order to curb harassment. Number 1 is Protection of Women Against Harassment at Workplace Act 2010, and this act deals with the harassment of women at workplace. Then we have provision of sexual harassment under Pakistan Penal Code, and in public, our women are protected under Pakistan Penal Code. Then we have Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, and this law ensures that every person is protected in online spaces. Pakistan has special laws for transgender communities and for journalistic protection. We have a departmental committee to deal with cases of harassment, separate ombudsperson to ensure check on departments. Moreover, every corporate entity must have an harassment committee under our law. Parliament's commitment to the issue of harassment is evident from National Assembly's initiative of notifying a harassment committee for members in 2022. And it is important to define harassment. What constitutes harassment? Can harassment be only sexual in nature? Touching someone with intent to harass is an assault or harassment. In Pakistan, we have introduced recent amendments to further elaborate the definition of harassment. Our definition of harassment does not only include sexual favors or physical conduct, it also sexually demeaning attitudes. It also includes any gesture or expression or derogation.
Thank you very much, Madame. And now we would invite the delegation from Syria. Thank you, Madame President. My name is Isabel. I'm the delegation from Chile. The violence against people is one of the worst crimes against humanity. This is to do with displacement of people from where they live, and there are various different political, economic, etc. consequences. We have mafias who are being created, and this is to do with the traffic of humans and their exploitation, sexual exploitation of the victims. This affects women and children. This is happening in the region that I represent. We are seeing criminal activities that are making the most of migration flows. In the north of Chile, there are groups that are using women who have been displaced in prostitution or to carry drugs. We are witnessing how women our jails are filling full of women who have committed these crimes and have been forced to commit these crimes. We have the rate of crime that has increased over the last 4 years in Chile. This is a phenomenon that we're seeing in Latin America and has its origin in Venezuela, that has been created in Venezuela and has spread through the continent of Latin America. We all have to commit to fighting trafficking, but we have to resolve the structural problems that facilitate it. We need a legislation that follows up these mafias. Thank you very much. The delegation from Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In order to address the challenges of sexism, harassment, and violence against women, the following policy and legal frameworks governs the matter. First one is Anti-Gender Based Violence Act. It provides funds to support the victims. The second one is Gender Equity and Equality Act of 2015. It promotes gender equality. Then we have the Penal Code, Chapter 87. This one criminalizes all forms of violence, and currently it's under review. It will be coming to Parliament. As women parliamentarians, we'll be looking forward to it to make sure that we have stiffer punishments for those who commit violence and sexism against women. Then we have the National Gender Policy. It eliminates all forms of discrimination against women. The gaps are that we are still very much in a patriarchal society. I think that this respect for women will come in as we get more women involved in politics, because then we'll be seen as equal to men. There are still very few women in parliament and in politics in general. So that makes it very, very tough, because traditionally they're used to doing certain things and then they're not understanding that maybe it is a crime and it is not acceptable. Then also the consistency. I feel like we're really good in terms of policy and legal framework. It's sufficient, but we're not consistent throughout. We need more advocacy groups to come on board, like civil service organizations, and any platform that we can have to speak out against this matter, that it will help. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. India, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I appreciate the IPU's new report on sexism, harassment and violence against women parliamentarians and parliamentary staff in parliaments around the world, which provides important data and examples of good parliamentarian practices. The data, regrettably, tells us that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done for a gender-sensitive parliament. It is high time for introspection among us to make our parliament free from sexism, harassment, and violence against women. Friends, coming to the position in India, the principle of gender equality is enshrined in our constitution, and the Parliament of India has also enacted several progressive laws to protect women against discrimination, violence, atrocities, and also to eradicate social evils. The 73rd and the 74th constitutional amendments provided for reservation of 33% of seats for women in local bodies of governance. It also provides for at least 1/3 reservation for women to the office of chairperson in these bodies. Some of the Indian states have already raised the reservation level up to 50% to provide for still wider participation. Today, under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, India has moved from a paradigm of women's development to women-led development. I'm proud to say we are moving with the vision of a new India, where women are equal partners in fast-paced and sustainable national development. Women have occupied the highest offices of our land, such as the President and the Prime Minister of our country. 2 women speakers for the 5 years span beginning 2009 and 14 in Lok Sabha, and 2 women adorning the high office of Vice Chairman Rajya Sabha for a period of 15 years altogether. I take immense pride in saying that we have just elected a woman as President of India for the 2nd term. Distinguished delegates, women's representation in our parliament has gradually increased over the years,
India.
and the current 17th Lok Sabha returned a record.
Thank you. The floor goes to the delegation from Switzerland. Thank you, Madam President of the session. On behalf of the delegation from Switzerland, I would like to congratulate the approach from the IPU to really stress these gender-sensitive parliaments. I think one of the first things to do is to raise awareness around this phenomenon of violence against women, because in civil society or in our parliaments, people who are victims of sexual harassment, of shame, they are ashamed, they don't want to submit a complaint about this harassment. And often it really should be the perpetrators who should be ashamed and should be sanctioned, should face severe sanctions. In Switzerland, we have had this phenomenon which has appeared in 2010 around the Me Too movement, and there have been interventions in the media on this as well. There should be a place where victims of sexual harassment can go, and we have put in place a guide to support and to provide information to victims of threats, of harassments, or of insults that have been made via social networks as well. And there is someone who is responsible for taking in these reports, these complaints. And so we would encourage anyone to report these instances to the police. And I would like to salute the the approach that's happened in New Zealand as well, and I think we are on the right track here. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now pass the floor to Bolivia. So I'd like to just say that I would like to thank you for your attention. Bolivia, you can take the floor. Thank you very much, dear President. Chairperson, I would like to really congratulate all and salute all of you who are present from our plurinational state of Bolivia. Since the passing of our political constitution of state, there has been a legal framework that guarantees rights of women. The content of this protects the equality of conditions between women and men. It has also been established in Article 26 that the rights, political rights for women and their representation, political representation. Over the last few years, women have gained space within political representation, not through an obligatory quota, but this is a key thing for all democratic governments. Bolivia has also become one of the first country in the region who has a rule to sanction the political abuse towards women and political violence towards women through a specific law. We also have the law 384 on guaranteeing for women a life that is free of violence. Dear President, we have made progress on various different laws to protect women, but we believe there is still a long way to go. Lastly, I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate all women in Bolivia, because today we are commemorating the Day of Bolivian Women. Thank you very much. Thank you. The floor now goes to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Ilona. I'm from Ukraine, and we are talking today about violence against women in the parliament, but I cannot be silent about how Ukrainian parliament operates for women in the past 8 months. Because unfortunately, women who are civilians and who are parliamentary workers are not able to come to their place of work in the parliament this week. They are working just from home because yesterday Russia attacked Ukraine and attacked the capital of Kiev on the largest attack during this time of war. 84 Russian missiles hit Ukraine, and obviously they are targeting a lot of women and a lot of women parliamentarians and women who are parliamentary workers and are not able to come to the place of work. Unfortunately for me, this is not the first time I speak on this issue and I speak about the gender-sensitive parliament, but unfortunately today I have to speak about violence against women not in parliament but outside of parliament. It is a completely different meaning on this topic when one IPU member attacks brutally, openly, and gives an aggression on another IPU member. Myself, I'm on the list of being killed by Russians in my own country, in Ukraine, and I am a member of parliament and IPU for almost 8 years. Mr. Tolstoy, who is the vice speaker of Russian delegation and vice president of his own parliament, openly wrote on his social media that all parliamentary and governmental shelters where we can hide in Ukraine should be bombed, and Ukraine should be brought, I quote Mr. Tolstoy, who is here, in the IPU, that Ukraine should be brought to 17th century and members of parliament should be targeted. Unfortunately, he is still a member of IPU, he is still here, and he openly provides for the aggression on members of parliament, in particular women in Ukraine, which is horrifying for me, and I never thought that I would say about this in the IPU. Our president of the Women Parliamentarians, Lisa Vasilenko, my colleague from Ukraine, did not tell it to you, but she has 3 kids, and her last daughter, her youngest daughter, was only 1 year old when Russia attacked Ukraine openly 8 months ago, and she had to leave her 1-year-old child in her apartment to go and vote in the parliament. This is not normal, colleagues.
Very much. The floor now goes to Syria.
بما أن التشريع مدخل أساسي للمساهمة في تطوير المجتمع بكل فئاته وهو مدخل للبناء السليم، خاصة أننا في سوريا لازلنا نخوض حربا أرخت بثقلها على كل شرائح وفئات المجتمع السوري، وكان للنساء نصيب واسع بصفتهن من الفئات الهشة والأكثر ضعفا في المجتمع. ورغبة في مجلس الشعب السوري تبنى سياسات جندرية جديدة لتعزيز مكانة المرأة فقط.
There is no interpreting service. That doesn't seem to be working.
On peut passer à la suivante.
We will move on to the next delegation and then we'll come back to Syria. Now the floor goes to Algeria.
إذا نعطي الكلمة الآن إلى الجزائر.
Oui. شكرا بارول. شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Bureau, in the name of God, the Merciful, the Almighty, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all those who have supervised the organization of this encounter to discuss this very important issue, which is countering violence against women. And special salutations go to the IPU for all the efforts deployed in order to raise all the topics related to women. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that this encounter is something very special because it is an occasion to dwell on the situation of violence against women at all levels. And this is an opportunity to come up with a project that can clarify all the visions and the exchange of expertise and that can put the required strategies to enhance the different programs related to responding to the aspirations of women. And the aim would be as well to make women participate in the efforts of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be talking about the experience of Algeria in this regard. In fact, women have managed to impose themselves through their different contributions across history in our country. And Algeria was not able or in fact, it had adopted the first constitution on gender parity without any discrimination, and Algeria has ratified all the conventions and international conventions related to promoting rights of women and protecting their rights. The Algerian parliament had an efficient role to play in this regard, and also Algeria was interested in women's issues ever since the president Abdelmajid Tebboune has become president, and he has given great importance to the promotion of women in all fields because he believed in the noble cause and he believed that the rights of women are legitimate and acknowledged. And His Excellency the President of the Republic has provided for the protection of women against violence. And that was in November.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. I am now going to give, well, before giving the floor to Syria, we would like to apologize for the interruption. You have the floor.
المساهمة في تطوير المجتمع بكل فئاته وهو
Legislation is the key for a good society. Allow me to say that in Syria, we are still facing a war that had an impact on all the categories of the Syrian society. Women suffered the most from the war and the crisis. And the Syrian Senate adopted gender-sensitive policies in order to promote the status of women. And during one of its sessions, dated 5 February 2015, amended a series of laws related to personal status and the rights of women and children. Is that enough? Of course not, but it is a first step. The Constitution gave women their core rights, and especially in terms of personal status. Unfortunately, we still have a lot of impediments before moving to gender equality. We still don't have the needed sanctions stipulated by law. And the question that I will ask in that regard, why do we need legislations that are gender sensitive? Because such legislations will take into account the injustice that the women suffered from and will shed lights on their interests and rights. And that what is we are trying to do since the enactment of the Chart of 1940. Women in Syria are trying to play their role, especially in terms of promulgating a law and monitoring the work of the executive. Thank you
very
for
much, Syria. We now give the floor to ECOWAS. They are not here, so I'll give the floor to the Arab Parliament.
شكرا بداية أود
Allow me first of all to express my gratitude to participate in the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, taking into account a very important subject, i.e. the role of parliaments in terms of fighting sexism, harassment and violence against women. Dear colleagues, the legislation are the first wheel in order to move forward and towards a better future. And that's why parliaments should play a very important role and not only guarantee the rights of women, but as well providing a sound environment so that women can strive and work in a better way. And after 10 years of the IPU's plan of action for gender-sensitive parliament, it is very important to review and to assess the progress that was made in terms of this plan of action so we can pinpoint the weaknesses and find solutions. Hence, our Arab Parliament is asking for researchers and is asking as well to review the research that were conducted by the IPU in that regard. And I think that after reviewing all these research and studies, we will be able to review the status of our parliaments and know whether our parliaments did their best in order to fight sexism, harassment and violence and work toward being safe parliaments. As well, I call to review all the practices that were conducted during the 10 previous years so we can compare the experiences and use best practices. Allow me to say that fighting sexism, harassment and violence against women is one of our a priority for the Arab Parliament, working as well to support all the efforts exerted to promote the role of women at all levels. Thank you.
The floor now goes to the Latin American Parliament. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just before beginning my address, I would like to say that our Parliament has existed for 60 years, and I am the third woman that is presiding over it. That being said, I would like to refer to an issue that should be visibilized and regularized: sextortion. This is the corruption and extortion of women through sexual activity, through corrupt activities due to the fact of their gender and their vulnerabilities. This is why we call it sextortion. This term was coined by the International Association of Women to describe an activity that was carried out by people in power who use sex as a bartering tool. Sex is used as a form of monetary exchange, and it is mainly used against women. This is a crime that is very difficult to repress because many cases, a lot of the time these crimes are not denounced. And there's also not enough awareness or cooperation. These crimes need to be identified, visibilized, and fought against. We need an overarching approach of gender equality in Parliament, and we need to fight against corruption. There is a lack of data on this issue, and this hinders the effectiveness of public policies to fight against this, which is why we need to raise awareness. Sexual extortion must be fought against. I am now going to give the floor to the organisation. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear because, right, the WHO, the World Health Organization, now has the floor.
Greetings from the World Health Organization. With respect, I'd like to make 5 brief points. WHO strongly believes that every human being has a right to survive and a right to grow and develop to their full potential and live as long as nature permits them to. In every country, including the richest countries of the world, some communities, some families, some individuals do not experience this. WHO strongly believes that while we need to address social determinants, health services, preventive, curative, rehabilitative, have an important role to play in good health and getting back to good health. That's why one of the important thrusts of Dr. Tedros, our Director General, is universal health coverage, assuring that everybody has access to health services. In the last 2 hours, you've talked a lot about sexual harassment, about violence. But one of the things that we need to talk about is services, health services and counseling services for those who have experienced violence. Health services are crucial to assuring gender equality. I work on adolescent health. We need to talk about menstrual products, menstrual hygiene products. We need to talk about contraception, maternal health, HIV care, and all these are issues. So tomorrow come and join us, please. We have a lunchtime seminar between 12 and 2 p.m. titled Unlocking Gender Equality in Universal Health Coverage, the key role that parliamentarians can play. We have some light sandwiches and refreshments. Please do join us to learn. We want to learn from you as well. Thank you and namaste.
Merci aussi, merci.
Thank you, one and all, for your contributions, whether you were panelists or you are colleagues. I think we now have lots of new ideas on what we can do within our respective parliaments. We are now going to hear the report on the discussion on the draft resolution that we had earlier. I'm very pleased to have with us the rapporteur, Madam Bujila, from Eswatini with us. And I invite her to join me here on the podium to present her report. Madam Bujila, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. A report at the Forum of Women Parliamentarians on the debate on the theme of the resolution on the agenda of the 145 Assemble. Madam President, dear colleagues, I am pleased to report on the forum discussion today, focusing on the theme of resolution that is on the agenda this Assemble. The world is facing today multiple crises that leads people to migrate, especially women and girls. So it is very timely that here in Kigali, we discuss and eventually adopt a resolution on international migration and means to stop human trafficking and other human rights abuses in the contest. During the debate, we heard from delegates from 20 parliamentarians and 2 observer organizations. Participants made very frank and substantive contribution on the main drivers of the migration and trafficking, their gender dimensions, and the human rights challenges of migration and asylum seeking. Climate change and conflict affect women in disproportionate and differentiated ways as they flee to their lives. And throughout the migration cycle, women face specific gender-based forms of discrimination and violence. Demand of labor, immigration in the area of domestic and care work also concern women in particular. Participants in the debate highlighted that women are highly affected by trafficking and abuse in the context of displacement and migration. This is both due to poverty and pre-existing gender inequality and weak legal framework in the areas of migration and asylum and labor rights. Once women migrate and fall in situations of modern slavery and sex trafficking, they often do not receive proper psychological and livelihood support due to their irregular migration and status and weak protection mechanism. Participants in the debate suggested some concrete measures to address these issues. To ensure our law and regulations are aligned with international conventions and standards, especially in the area of human rights, labor rights, migration, and anti-trafficking. And also to ensure legal and other measures to combat trafficking, also address orphanage trafficking and the use of technology and online platform as drivers of trafficking. Take measures to reduce the demand that leads to trafficking in women and girls for the purpose of sexual exploitation. And to also guarantee the survivors of abuse and trafficking are always treated as victims of abuse and trafficking and receive the support they need regarding of their immigration status. This includes reproductive health and mental health support and economic empowerment measures. Collect gender disaggregated data and trafficking and migration and adapt measures accordingly. Support the creation of network of women migrants in host countries. Address racism, gender discrimination, and harmful norms that drive abuse and trafficking of women in the context of migration, including through legal, educational, and awareness-raising measures. Colleagues, combating trafficking and human rights abuse is the context of migration requires concerted efforts at the international level. In all our efforts, we must always keep a focus on measures that are right-based, gender-sensitive, and child-sensitive. On the basis of these discussions, we will now work to identify proposed amendments to the draft resolution on behalf of our forum. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all.
Thank you too. Merci beaucoup, Madame Bougela. Vous avez fait
Much, Madame Bougela. You did some excellent work in summarising the useful recommendations stemming from our discussion. I now invite the forum to adopt the report of the rapporteur. We will give a round of applause for having adopted the report. Madame Bougela will draft the amendments to the resolution and will present the amendments to the committee. Colleagues, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians is called to fill vacant posts within the Bureau. One is for a regional representative for the 12 plus group, replacing our colleague from New Zealand, and a regional representative for the African group to replace our colleague from Kenya. Both of these mandates end in March 2024. So, dear Zaina, who are our nominees for these two geopolitical groups? Yes, so we received from the African geopolitical group the nomination of the Senator Catherine Muma from Kenya to replace Senator Suzanne Kilga in the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians to 2023. We received from the geopolitical group 12 plus the nomination of Dr. Rafsa Kavachikan from Turkey to replace Madame Roll, who will be finishing her mandate in the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians in March 2023. Thank you, dear Zena. I would ask for you to indicate your approval of these two nominations. Thank you very much. And congratulations to the new members of the Bureau. Now, with regards to the venue and date of the 35th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, I want to remind you that the next session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians will take place at the next 146th Assembly in Bahrain in March 2023. I have the great pleasure of inviting the delegation of Bahrain. We will hear from Madame Ala Fayez, first Vice President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU, to speak to us at the next Assembly. So just in a few minutes, you could say a few words.
President, it's our pleasure really to welcome you all in Bahrain for the 35th session of the Forum for Women Parliamentarians, and also for the 146th Assembly, IPU Assembly. Bahrain is a small island in the Arabian Gulf, but it's very big in its hospitality, well known for its hospitality and welcoming of guests. And I invite you also to pass by our stand outside in the hall, just to the left as you are leaving the hall, and have some of our sweets, some of our Arabic coffee, have a feel of how Bahrain looks like, and I'm sure you will be enjoying your stay. So looking forward to seeing you all in Bahrain. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation.
Very much for the invitation, and we look forward to seeing you at the next session in Manama. Colleagues, we have finally reached the end of our work for today. I would like to thank you for all your contributions at this session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. It was a great pleasure for me to preside over this 34th session. Thank you for having given me this opportunity. I wish all of you a fruitful 145th IPU Assembly in Kigali. I'm being told that Bahrain, as you are the next host, you have the right to say what you forgot. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. I would also like to thank you very much for chairing this forum today. It was our pleasure to have you with us, and we thank you for hosting us in Rwanda. It's a pleasure really to see Rwanda and, of course, your hospitality. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup. C'était un honneur pour moi aussi de présider
It was an honour for me to preside over this session as well. Thank you. I thereby close the 34th session of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and we will see one another in Bahrain next year. Thank you very much.